A phone battery reaches 1%, and no one insults it for needing power. A wounded animal hides, rests and heals, and no one calls it lazy. Winter strips every tree of its beauty, yet no one believes the forest has failed. But when your energy disappears for a single day, you treat yourself as though you have become broken. You demand strength from a tired mind, productivity from an exhausted body, and happiness from a heart that may still be healing. Buddhism offers a truth that could completely change your life. Perhaps your worst days are not proof that you are weak. Perhaps they are warnings that you have been strong without compassion for far too long. 1. Stop turning a difficult day into a judgment about your life. One difficult morning can quickly become a cruel story about your entire life. You wake up without energy and immediately think you are becoming lazy. You make one mistake and start believing that you always ruin everything. Someone rejects you, ignores you, or disappoints you, and your mind quickly says that no one will ever choose or understand you. A small, painful moment becomes a big judgment because your mind is tired and looking at everything negatively. Buddhism teaches you to see things as they truly are, not as fear, sadness, or exhaustion describes them. The truth may simply be that you did not sleep well, you have been carrying too much stress, or something has hurt you more deeply than you realized. You may need rest, quiet, or time to understand your feelings. None of these things mean that your life is falling apart, or that you are becoming a failure. A passing storm does not define an entire season, and one dark cloud does not mean the sun has disappeared forever. In the same way, one difficult day cannot describe the direction of your entire life. You may feel lost today and clear tomorrow. You may feel weak in the morning and calmer by the evening. Feelings can change much faster than your mind expects. 2. Pain becomes heavier when you add self-hatred to it. Imagine carrying a heavy stone while walking up a mountain. The stone already makes every step difficult, but instead of slowing down or adjusting your pace, you become angry with yourself for struggling. You call yourself weak because you are tired. You compare yourself to people who seem to be climbing faster, and you feel ashamed for not keeping up. The stone is already heavy, but now you are carrying guilt and self-hatred as well. This is exactly what many people do during difficult times. Life gives them pain, and then they punish themselves for feeling that pain. Buddhism teaches that much of our suffering comes not from the painful experience itself, but from the way we react to it. You may already be dealing with loneliness, disappointment, stress, anxiety, or emotional exhaustion. These experiences are difficult enough on their own, but instead of treating yourself with kindness, you tell yourself that you should be stronger, happier, or able to handle everything without struggling. The more you fight your emotions, the heavier they become. The Buddha explained this through the teaching of the 2 arrows. The first arrow is the pain that life naturally brings, such as rejection, loss, failure, illness, or uncertainty. No one can completely avoid this kind of pain because it is part of being human. The second arrow is the suffering you create by blaming yourself, resisting your emotions, or believing that something is wrong with you because you are hurting. While you may not always avoid the first arrow, you can choose not to wound yourself with the second. Instead of asking why you feel so weak, ask yourself what has been making life difficult lately. Perhaps you have been carrying too many responsibilities, ignoring your own needs, or expecting yourself to be perfect every day. Your sadness may simply be asking to be understood. Your exhaustion may be asking for rest. Your anxiety may be reminding you that you have been trying to control things that are beyond your control. When you stop attacking yourself and start listening with compassion, healing quietly begins. Cree. Your worth does not disappear when your productivity does. Many people have learned to measure their value by how much they accomplish. When they wake up early, finish their work, help others, stay disciplined, and complete everything on time, they feel proud of themselves. But when they become tired, lose focus, make mistakes, or need a day of rest, they immediately begin to feel guilty. They do not simply think, "I had a slow day." They think, "I am becoming useless." Their productivity changes for one day, but they allow that change to affect the way they see their entire worth. This way of thinking can make even rest feel painful. You may sit down to relax, but your mind continues reminding you of everything you have not completed. You may take a break, but instead of feeling peaceful, you feel ashamed. You look at the clock, think about lost time, and begin to believe that everyone else is moving forward while you are falling behind. Your body may be resting, but your mind is still working, judging, comparing, and punishing you. Buddhism teaches that suffering grows when you become too attached to temporary identities. You may become attached to being the strong person, the successful person, the helpful person, or the person who always has everything under control. These identities can feel comforting when life is going well, but they become painful when you cannot maintain them. The moment you feel tired or unmotivated, you begin to believe you are losing yourself. But you are more than the work you complete. You are not only your job, your achievements, your income, your reputation, or the number of people who depend on you. These things are parts of your life, but they are not the full truth of who you are. They can change, disappear, or become difficult without removing your basic human worth. A flower does not become worthless when it closes at night. A tree does not become useless when it loses its leaves. A field is not failing because nothing is growing during winter. Nature understands that rest, stillness, and recovery are necessary parts of life. Growth is not always visible. Sometimes the most important changes are happening quietly beneath the surface. In the same way, an unproductive day may still be helping you. Your body may be recovering from stress. Your mind may be processing something painful. Your emotions may be asking for attention after being ignored for too long. What looks like doing nothing from the outside may actually be a necessary moment of healing on the inside. The problem begins when you believe that you must constantly earn the right to feel good about yourself. You tell yourself that you can rest only after everything is finished, but everything is never completely finished. There is always another responsibility, another goal, another message, or another expectation waiting for you. When rest becomes something you must earn, peace always remains in the future. You may also fear that being gentle with yourself will make you lazy. You think harshness keeps you disciplined, so you speak to yourself in a way you would never speak to someone you love. You say that you are falling behind, wasting time, or becoming weak. This may push you for a while, but it does not create healthy strength. It creates fear, exhaustion, and the feeling that you are never doing enough. Buddhism does not teach you to avoid responsibility or stop making an effort. It teaches balance. You can work hard without hating yourself when you need rest. You can care about your goals without turning every slow day into proof of failure. You can recognize where improvement is needed without destroying your confidence. Think about how you treat a phone when its battery becomes low. You do not insult it for needing to be charged. You understand that it has been used and now requires energy before it can work properly again. Yet when your own body becomes tired, you often expect it to continue without rest. You demand more from yourself while offering less patience. There will be days when your mind is sharp, your energy is strong, and everything feels easy. There will also be days when simple tasks feel heavy and your concentration disappears. Both kinds of days are part of life. The slower day does not cancel the stronger one, and the stronger day does not make the slower one shameful. Your worth does not rise when you are productive and fall when you are tired. You are not more deserving of love because you completed everything on your list, and you are not less deserving of kindness because you needed to stop. Your value is not something you must prove every morning. Sometimes, success means finishing a difficult project, making progress toward a goal, or showing great discipline. At other times, success means listening to your limits, taking care of your health, saying no to another responsibility, or allowing yourself to recover before you become completely exhausted. You are allowed to have a day when you accomplish very little. You are allowed to move slowly, change your plans, and admit that your mind needs space. This does not mean you have given up on your life. It means you are learning to care for the person who must continue living it. The more you separate your worth from your productivity, the more peaceful your effort becomes. You stop working because you are afraid of feeling useless, and begin working because your goals truly matter to you. You stop using achievement as proof that you deserve respect, and begin understanding that you already deserve respect, even while you are still growing. A difficult day cannot erase the person you have become. One unproductive morning cannot destroy months of progress. A moment of tiredness cannot remove your ability, intelligence, or potential. It only means that today you may need a different kind of strength. On your best days, use your energy wisely. On your difficult days, use your compassion wisely. Both are necessary. One helps you move forward, while the other helps you continue without breaking yourself. You remain worthy when you are working, resting, succeeding, struggling, confident, confused, motivated, or tired. Your life has value even when you are not producing something for other people. Sometimes simply surviving a heavy day without abandoning yourself is already enough. 4. Do not compare your private pain to someone else's public strength. On difficult days, the world can make you feel as if everyone is doing better than you. You see people waking up early, exercising, building successful careers, traveling, smiling, creating, improving, and moving confidently toward their goals. Meanwhile, you may be struggling to answer a simple message, organize your thoughts, get out of bed, or believe that your future will become better. The more you look at other people, the more disappointed you become in yourself. Comparison becomes especially painful because you are not comparing equal things. You are comparing your private pain to someone else's public image. You know every fear, mistake, weakness, and unfinished part of your own life, but you only see the moments other people choose to show. You see their achievements, not their exhaustion. You see their smiles, not the nights they cried. You see the result, not the years of confusion, rejection, sacrifice, and self-doubt that may have come before it. Your mind forgets this and begins creating unfair conclusions. It tells you that they are strong while you are weak, that they are moving forward while you are falling behind, or that their life has meaning while yours is becoming empty. But what you see is only a small part of their reality. A person can look confident and still feel afraid. Someone can appear successful and still feel deeply lonely. Another person can smile in a picture while struggling with something they do not know how to explain. Buddhism teaches that comparison grows from attachment. You become attached to an image of who you think you should be. You believe you should always feel calm, confident, disciplined, productive, attractive, respected, and emotionally strong. When another person appears to have these qualities, you do not simply admire them. You use their life as evidence against your own. This is where suffering begins. Instead of allowing their success to remain their success, you turn it into proof that you are not enough. You treat their progress as a judgment on your pace. You forget that two people can be in different seasons of life without one being better than the other. The sun and moon do not compete because each has its own time to appear. A tree in winter does not feel ashamed because another tree is blooming somewhere else. A seed beneath the ground does not call itself a failure because it has not yet become visible. Nature does not rush itself to match another part of nature, yet human beings often believe they must grow according to someone else's timing. You may be in a season where your progress is not easy to see. Perhaps your greatest achievement right now is learning how to protect your peace. Maybe you are recovering from something that damaged your confidence. Maybe you are slowly rebuilding your health, learning to trust yourself again, or trying to stop returning to people who repeatedly hurt you. These victories may not look impressive from the outside, but they can completely change your life. Some progress is visible. You receive a promotion, finish a project, build a business, reach a goal, or receive public recognition. Other progress is quiet. You stop begging for attention, set a boundary, forgive yourself, leave a harmful situation, become less reactive, or choose not to speak cruelly to yourself. The quiet progress may never receive applause, but it can be far more important than what the world notices. The danger of constant comparison is that it makes you lose respect for your own journey. You stop listening to what your life needs because you are too busy copying what appears to work for someone else. You choose goals that do not belong to you, force yourself to move at an unhealthy pace, and become frustrated when their path does not produce the same results in your life. Buddhism invites you to return to awareness. Instead of asking why you are not where someone else is, ask where you truly are. What have you survived? What are you learning? What is your mind trying to heal from? What kind of life would actually bring you peace rather than simply impress other people? Your path may be slower because your burdens are different. Someone else may have support you never received, opportunities you did not have, or circumstances you know nothing about. This does not mean you are less capable. It means your journey requires a different kind of patience. There may also be areas where you are stronger than you realize. You may have survived pain that would have changed another person completely. You may be carrying responsibilities that no one sees. You may still be showing kindness even after being disappointed many times. Because these strengths are familiar to you, you may not recognize their value. When you compare yourself constantly, you usually notice what is missing and ignore what is already present. You see their confidence, but forget your courage. You see their success, but forget your endurance. You see their progress, but forget how far you have already come from the person you once were. Buddhism teaches that the self is always changing. You are not a finished person who must compete for a fixed position in life. You are a process. You are learning, releasing, failing, understanding, growing, and beginning again. Another person's progress cannot reduce what is possible for you, because life is not a single race with one winner. The person you compare yourself to may also be comparing themselves to someone else. This shows how endless the habit can become. No matter how much you achieve, there will always be someone who appears richer, stronger, happier, younger, calmer, or more successful. If your peace depends on being ahead of everyone, peace will never come. Freedom begins when you stop asking whether you are better or worse, and start asking whether you are becoming more honest, peaceful, compassionate, and aware. These qualities cannot always be measured, but they shape the way you experience your entire life. You do not need to ignore successful people or pretend their lives do not inspire you. You can admire someone without using them to punish yourself. You can learn from another person without believing you must become them. Inspiration gives you energy, while comparison takes your energy away. The next time you see someone doing well, notice the story your mind creates. If it says, "They are ahead and I am failing," pause. Remind yourself that you are seeing one part of their journey and feeling every part of your own. That comparison is incomplete, unfair, and unable to tell the truth about either life. Your bad day may make you feel behind, but a difficult day does not decide your place in life. You may be moving slowly because you are healing deeply. You may be quiet because you are rebuilding something within yourself. You may not have visible results yet, but that does not mean nothing is happening. Walk at the pace your life requires. Respect the season you are in. Let other people succeed without turning their success into a weapon against yourself. Your path does not become wrong simply because someone else is moving faster, and your life does not become less valuable because another person's progress is easier to see. 5. Sometimes a bad day is your body revealing what your mind has been ignoring. Sometimes a bad day does not appear because you are weak, lazy, or losing control of your life. It appears because your body has reached a point where it can no longer hide what your mind has been ignoring. You may have spent days or weeks telling yourself that everything is fine, even while you were carrying too much stress, too many responsibilities, and too many unspoken emotions. You continued working, helping others, answering messages, solving problems, and pretending that you could handle everything. Then one morning, you wake up feeling heavy, irritated, empty, or completely exhausted, and you do not understand why. Your mind may say that the feeling came from nowhere, but the body remembers what you have been trying to forget. It remembers every night you did not sleep properly, every moment you stayed silent to avoid conflict, every time you said yes when you wanted to say no, and every painful emotion you pushed away because you believed you did not have time to deal with it. The body keeps carrying these experiences even when the mind tries to continue as if nothing happened. This is why a person can appear strong for a long time and then suddenly feel unable to manage simple tasks. You may become impatient over something small, lose interest in things you usually enjoy, or feel like crying without a clear reason. You may struggle to focus, avoid people, or feel tired even after resting. These reactions do not always mean that something is wrong with you. They may be signs that something within you has been asking for attention for a long time. Buddhism teaches the importance of awareness. Instead of immediately judging the emotion, you are encouraged to observe it. You do not need to run from it, hide it, or force it to disappear. You can sit with it long enough to understand what it may be trying to reveal. The purpose is not to create a dramatic story around every difficult feeling, but to become curious instead of cruel. You can ask yourself what has been happening in your life recently. Have you been carrying more responsibility than usual? Have you been pretending that a painful conversation did not affect you? Have you been spending time with people who leave you emotionally drained? Have you been pushing yourself to meet impossible expectations? These questions can help you understand that your bad day may have a deeper cause. Many people become angry with themselves when they lose energy. They believe they need more motivation, stronger discipline, or a better routine. Sometimes those things are helpful, but sometimes the real problem is not a lack of discipline. It is the weight of everything you have been carrying. You cannot always solve exhaustion by demanding more effort from an exhausted mind. Imagine a cup that is slowly being filled. One difficult moment may not cause it to overflow, and another responsibility may not seem like too much. But when the cup is already full, even one small drop can make the water spill over. In the same way, a small problem may feel unbearable when you have already been carrying many hidden pressures. The small problem is not always the true cause of the reaction. It may simply be the final drop. This is why you should not immediately shame yourself when you react strongly to something minor. Instead, consider what has been building beneath the surface. Perhaps you have not been allowing yourself to feel disappointed, lonely, afraid, or angry. Perhaps you have been trying to remain calm for everyone else while ignoring the fact that you also need support. Buddhism does not ask you to become emotionless. It teaches you to notice what is happening within you before the emotion begins controlling your actions. When you become aware of the feeling, you create space between the emotion and your reaction. In that space, you can begin to understand what you actually need. Your sadness may be revealing that you have been pretending not to care about something that deeply hurt you. You may have told yourself that you were over it, but part of you is still grieving. This does not mean you are weak or unable to move forward. It means healing cannot be rushed simply because you want the pain to disappear. Your anxiety may be showing you that your mind is living too far in the future. You may be imagining every possible failure, rejection, or disaster before anything has happened. Your body reacts to these imagined situations as if they are already real, leaving you tense, restless, and exhausted. The feeling may be asking you to return to the present moment instead of fighting problems that do not yet exist. Your anger may be revealing that one of your boundaries has been crossed. Perhaps you have been accepting behavior that quietly makes you feel disrespected. You may have stayed silent because you wanted to avoid disappointing someone, losing a relationship, or appearing difficult. Over time, the unspoken resentment grows until it begins appearing in other parts of your life. Your exhaustion may be showing you that you have been giving more than you can continue to give. You may have become the person everyone depends on, while forgetting that you also have limits. You may be available whenever someone needs help, but no one notices when you are the one struggling. Eventually, your body forces you to stop because you would not choose to stop on your own. Sometimes you do not need another speech about becoming stronger. You need permission to admit that something has become too heavy. Strength does not always mean continuing without pause. Sometimes strength means recognizing when your current way of living is no longer healthy. There are moments when rest is not laziness but wisdom. There are moments when silence is not avoidance but recovery. There are moments when stepping away from people, work, or responsibilities is necessary because you have lost touch with your own needs. Buddhism teaches the middle way, which is the path between unhealthy extremes. Constantly pushing yourself is not balance, and completely abandoning your responsibilities is not balance either. The middle way asks you to listen honestly. It asks whether you are resting because you genuinely need recovery or avoiding something that requires courage. It asks whether you are working because the work matters or because you are terrified of feeling worthless when you stop. This kind of honesty helps you understand what your bad day is truly telling you. You may also need to look at the environments that affect your state of mind. Some places, habits, and relationships leave you feeling calm and clear, while others leave you feeling tense, insecure, and emotionally tired. You may have become so familiar with stress that you no longer recognize how much it is affecting you. Perhaps every conversation with a certain person leaves you questioning your worth. Perhaps your daily routine gives you no time to breathe. Perhaps you constantly consume negative information and then wonder why your mind feels unsettled. A bad day may be inviting you to examine these patterns instead of blaming your personality. You do not always need to make a large change immediately. Sometimes awareness begins with something simple. You may need to sleep earlier, eat properly, spend time away from your phone, take a quiet walk, or speak honestly with someone you trust. These actions may seem small, but they can help your body feel safe enough to release some of the tension it has been holding. You may also need to stop forcing yourself to explain every emotion perfectly. Not every feeling will make immediate sense. Sometimes you only know that you are tired, overwhelmed, or not feeling like yourself. That is enough reason to slow down and pay attention. Understanding may come later. The body often speaks through discomfort because gentle signals were ignored. It may first ask for rest through tiredness, then speak through irritation, headaches, difficulty focusing, or emotional numbness. If you continue ignoring these signals, the message may become louder. Listening early can prevent deeper exhaustion later. This does not mean you should become afraid of every bad day. A difficult mood is still sometimes just a difficult mood. The goal is not to overanalyze yourself, but to stop assuming that every slow day is proof of failure. You can take the feeling seriously without turning it into fear. Instead of asking, "How can I force myself to become productive again immediately?" ask, "What is my mind or body asking me to notice?" This question changes your relationship with the experience. You stop treating yourself like a machine that must be repaired and start treating yourself like a human being who deserves understanding. Perhaps the answer is that you need rest. Perhaps you need to make a difficult decision, set a boundary, forgive yourself, or accept that something has ended. Perhaps you need to stop carrying a responsibility that was never truly yours. The answer may not always be easy, but listening is the first step toward change. A bad day can become meaningful when it helps you recognize what your good days allowed you to avoid. When you are busy and motivated, it is easier to ignore loneliness, exhaustion, or dissatisfaction. When your energy becomes low, those hidden feelings may finally rise to the surface. Do not immediately push them back down. Meet them with patience. Let them show you where your life needs more balance, honesty, and compassion. The feeling is not always trying to destroy your peace. Sometimes it is showing you what has already been disturbing your peace for a long time. Your body is not your enemy when it asks you to slow down. It may be trying to protect you from continuing at a pace that is quietly harming you. Your mind is not failing because it becomes overwhelmed. It may be telling you that your current burden is greater than your present capacity. When you understand this, you stop seeing every bad day as something to defeat. You begin to see it as an opportunity to listen. You rest when rest is needed, speak when silence has become painful, and step back when constant effort is beginning to break you. The goal is not to feel good every day. The goal is to understand yourself well enough that a difficult day does not automatically become a reason for self-hatred. Sometimes a bad day is simply a message asking you to live with more awareness. When you listen with compassion, the day may still be difficult, but it no longer has to be meaningless. 6. Strength is not the absence of emotion. Many people believe that being strong means never crying, never feeling afraid, never losing motivation, and never needing support from anyone. They imagine that a strong person always remains calm, speaks with confidence, handles every problem alone, and continues moving forward without showing any sign of pain. Because of this belief, they become ashamed whenever they feel sad, anxious, confused, or emotionally tired. Instead of accepting what they feel, they immediately begin judging themselves for not being strong enough. You may have learned this way of thinking from the people around you. Perhaps someone told you to stop crying when you were young. Maybe you were praised whenever you remained silent about your pain and criticized whenever you expressed it. You may have watched people hide their feelings and call it strength, so you began believing that emotions were signs of weakness. Over time, you learned how to smile while hurting, help others while feeling empty, and say that everything was fine when you desperately needed someone to understand you. But hiding pain does not make pain disappear. It only teaches the pain to remain inside you. An emotion that is not expressed or understood may return in another form. Sadness can become numbness, fear can become anger, disappointment can become resentment, and exhaustion can become a complete loss of motivation. You may believe you are controlling your emotions, but sometimes those hidden emotions are quietly controlling your behavior, choices, and relationships. Buddhism does not teach you to become a person without emotion. It teaches you to become aware of emotion without being completely controlled by it. There is an important difference between feeling sadness and becoming lost inside sadness. There is a difference between experiencing anger and allowing anger to decide what you say. There is a difference between noticing fear and giving fear the authority to control your future. True strength is not the ability to stop yourself from feeling. True strength is the ability to remain present while difficult feelings move through you. It means allowing yourself to admit that you are hurt without deciding that you are broken. It means recognizing that you are afraid without believing that fear makes you incapable. It means accepting that you are tired without treating tiredness as proof that you have failed. A person who never allows themselves to feel may appear strong from the outside, but inside they may be living in constant tension. They spend so much energy trying to control their image that they have little energy left to understand themselves. They are afraid that if they begin crying, they will never stop. They fear that if they admit they are struggling, other people will lose respect for them. They believe that asking for help will make them dependent or weak. This fear forces them to carry every burden alone. They refuse support, even when it is available. They avoid honest conversations because they do not want to appear vulnerable. They remain in pain longer than necessary because they believe healing must happen privately. Eventually, their independence becomes isolation, and the strength they are trying to protect becomes the reason they feel exhausted. There is nothing weak about admitting that something hurts. Pain is a natural human response to loss, rejection, disappointment, uncertainty, and change. Even the most peaceful person can feel sadness. Even the most courageous person can experience fear. Even the most disciplined person can lose energy. Emotions do not prove that you lack strength. They prove that you are alive and responding to your experiences. The Buddha began his teaching by acknowledging the existence of suffering. He did not tell people to pretend pain was unreal. He did not say that spiritually wise people would never struggle. He taught that pain is part of life and that freedom begins when you understand your relationship with it. This means you do not need to feel ashamed when suffering appears. You need to observe it clearly and respond to it wisely. When a difficult emotion arises, your first reaction may be to push it away. You may distract yourself with work, entertainment, food, social media, or constant conversation. Distraction can sometimes give you temporary relief, but if you never return to understand the feeling, it remains unfinished inside you. It waits for another quiet moment to appear again. You may also try to argue with your emotions. When sadness appears, you tell yourself that you have no reason to be sad. When anxiety appears, you demand that your mind stop worrying. When exhaustion appears, you force yourself to work harder. You believe that if you criticize the emotion enough, it will disappear. However, emotions rarely respond to punishment. They often become stronger when they are treated as enemies. Imagine a frightened child standing in front of you. If you shout at the child and demand that they stop being afraid, the fear will probably increase. But if you sit beside them, listen, and help them feel safe, their fear may begin to calm naturally. Your emotions often need the same kind of attention. They need understanding before they can soften. This does not mean you should believe every thought that comes with an emotion. When you feel anxious, your mind may tell you that something terrible will happen. When you feel rejected, your mind may tell you that no one will ever love you. When you feel exhausted, your mind may tell you that you will never recover. You can acknowledge the feeling without accepting every story it creates. Buddhist awareness helps you separate the emotion from the story. You may say, "Fear is present," instead of saying, "Everything is dangerous." You may say, "Sadness is present," instead of saying, "My life will never become better." You may say, "I feel weak today," instead of deciding, "I am a weak person." This small change prevents a temporary experience from becoming a permanent identity. When you observe emotion carefully, you begin to notice that it is always changing. It may feel intense for a while, then soften, return, or take another form. No feeling remains exactly the same forever. Even the strongest emotional wave eventually loses its power. Understanding this helps you stop panicking whenever discomfort appears. Think about the ocean. A wave rises, becomes powerful, and then returns to the water. The ocean does not try to stop the wave from existing. It allows the wave to rise and fall naturally. Your awareness can become like the ocean, while your emotions become the waves. The wave may be intense, but it is never greater than the ocean that holds it. You are not the anger passing through your mind. You are not the sadness sitting in your chest. You are not the fear creating tension in your body. You are the awareness that can notice these experiences. When you remember this, emotions stop feeling like permanent prisons and begin feeling like temporary visitors. Strength also means recognizing when an emotion contains useful information. Anger may show you that a boundary has been crossed. Sadness may reveal that you have lost something meaningful. Fear may warn you about a genuine danger or show you where you need greater preparation. Loneliness may remind you that you need deeper connection rather than more distraction. If you immediately suppress the emotion, you may miss the message it carries. However, listening to an emotion does not mean obeying it without question. Anger may reveal that something is wrong, but it does not give you permission to become cruel. Fear may ask you to be careful, but it does not always mean you should run away. Awareness helps you receive the message without allowing the emotion to control your behavior. A strong person is not someone who never becomes angry. It is someone who can feel anger without using it to destroy another person. A strong person is not someone who never feels afraid. It is someone who can carry fear while still making a wise decision. A strong person is not someone who never cries. It is someone who can cry without feeling ashamed of being human. There will be moments when tears are a form of release. You may have been holding too much for too long, and crying allows the pressure to leave your body. Tears do not always mean that you are losing control. Sometimes they mean that your body is finally allowing you to feel what your mind has been avoiding. After crying, you may still have the same problem, but you may feel lighter and clearer. This happens because emotions need movement. When they are allowed to move naturally, they often become easier to understand. When they are trapped beneath shame, they can become heavier. You may also have days when you do not understand why you feel emotional. A song, memory, conversation, or small disappointment may suddenly affect you deeply. Do not immediately accuse yourself of overreacting. The present moment may have touched an older wound that has not fully healed. This does not mean you must remain trapped in the past. It means you should treat yourself gently enough to understand what has been awakened. Ask yourself whether the reaction belongs only to what happened today or whether it connects to something you have carried for a long time. Awareness can help you respond to the real source of the pain. Many people feel ashamed when they need reassurance. They believe they should be confident enough to never need comforting words from another person. But human beings are not meant to live without emotional connection. There are times when hearing a calm voice, receiving a kind message, or sitting beside someone trustworthy can help your nervous system settle. Asking for support does not mean asking another person to solve your entire life. It means recognizing that some burdens become easier when they are shared. You can remain responsible for your healing while allowing someone to walk beside you. Independence and connection do not have to oppose each other. A person may say, "I can handle this alone," not because they are truly strong, but because they are afraid of disappointment. Perhaps they trusted someone before and were ignored, judged, or abandoned. They decided it was safer to need no one. This decision may protect them from rejection, but it also prevents them from experiencing genuine support. Buddhism teaches compassion, and compassion includes the willingness to receive kindness as well as offer it. You are not required to carry every painful experience in silence. Choosing trustworthy support can be a form of wisdom. Strength may look different on different days. On one day, strength may mean getting out of bed, completing your work, and facing a difficult responsibility. On another day, strength may mean admitting that you cannot continue at the same pace. Sometimes strength means speaking. At other times, it means remaining silent until your anger has passed. Strength can mean staying and working through a challenge, but it can also mean leaving a place that continues to damage you. It can mean forgiving someone, but it may also mean accepting that forgiveness does not require giving them access to your life again. It can mean trying once more, or it can mean recognizing that continuing is no longer wise. This is why strength cannot be measured only by how much pain you tolerate. Some people remain in harmful situations because they want to prove they are strong. They accept disrespect, emotional manipulation, impossible workloads, and unhealthy relationships. They believe leaving would mean they failed. But staying in pain is not always courage. Sometimes it is fear disguised as loyalty. You may be afraid to disappoint people, begin again, face loneliness, or admit that something did not become what you hoped it would become. Walking away can require more strength than continuing. Buddhism encourages non-attachment, but non-attachment does not mean you never care. It means you do not destroy yourself while holding on to something that is changing, ending, or no longer healthy. You can love someone and still recognize that the relationship is harming your peace. You can care about a dream and still change direction when it no longer belongs to you. Emotional strength also means accepting that healing is not perfectly smooth. You may feel peaceful for several days and then suddenly feel sad again. You may believe you have moved on, but a memory brings back the pain. This does not mean you have lost all your progress. It means healing often moves in waves. The mind sometimes expects recovery to be a straight road. It wants each day to be better than the one before. When a difficult day returns, you assume you are back at the beginning. But you are not the same person you were before. You may feel a similar emotion, but now you have greater awareness, stronger boundaries, and more understanding. Progress is not proven by never feeling pain again. It is shown by the way you respond when pain returns. Perhaps in the past, sadness made you abandon yourself for weeks. Now you recognize it, slow down, and care for yourself. The emotion may be similar, but your relationship with it has changed. This is one of the deepest forms of strength. You no longer demand that life remain easy before you allow yourself to feel peaceful. You learn how to remain connected to yourself even when life becomes difficult. Being strong every day is an impossible expectation because your energy naturally changes. Your body, mind, and emotions are influenced by sleep, stress, relationships, health, memories, and the events around you. Expecting yourself to feel equally powerful every day is like expecting the weather to remain unchanged throughout the year. There are seasons when you will feel energetic and confident. There are also seasons when you will need more rest, reflection, and support. One season is not more valuable than the other. The quieter season may be helping you develop patience and self-understanding that constant action could never teach you. The strongest tree is not the one that never moves in the wind. A tree that refuses to bend may break during a storm. The tree that survives is often the one flexible enough to move without losing its roots. In the same way, emotional strength requires flexibility. There will be days when your plans need to change. There will be moments when you cannot give as much as you hoped. Flexibility allows you to adapt without turning against yourself. You reduce the pressure, do what is possible, and trust that your energy can return. This is different from giving up. Giving up means abandoning what matters because discomfort has appeared. Flexibility means protecting your ability to continue by recognizing your current limits. Buddhism's middle way teaches you to avoid both extremes, forcing yourself until you collapse and completely abandoning effort whenever life feels uncomfortable. Wisdom helps you understand which response is needed. Sometimes you need to rest, and sometimes you need to take one small step despite the discomfort. Sometimes you need compassion, and sometimes you need honest discipline. Strength is the ability to choose the response that supports your well-being rather than automatically choosing punishment. You may not always know which response is right immediately. That is also okay. You can pause, breathe, and give yourself time to understand. Not every decision must be made while the emotion is intense. A calm mind often sees options that a frightened or angry mind cannot see. When you feel overwhelmed, return your attention to the present moment. Notice your breathing, the sensations in your body, and the place where you are sitting or standing. Your mind may be carrying the past and future at the same time, but your body is always living in the present. Breathing will not magically remove every problem, but it can create enough space for you to respond more wisely. A few slow breaths may prevent you from sending a cruel message, making a fearful decision, or saying something you will later regret. This is not weakness, it is emotional discipline. The person who reacts immediately to every emotion is not necessarily strong. They may simply be controlled by what they feel. The person who can pause before acting possesses a deeper kind of power. They do not deny the emotion, but they refuse to become its servant. You can practice this when anger appears. Instead of immediately speaking, notice the heat in your body and the thoughts moving through your mind. Ask whether your words will solve the problem or only release pain onto another person. Sometimes the strongest response is to wait until you can speak clearly. You can practice it when fear appears. Instead of believing every frightening thought, ask what is actually happening now. Is there a real danger, or is your mind imagining a possible future? What small action can you take with the information currently available? You can practice it when sadness appears. Instead of demanding immediate happiness, allow yourself to slow down. Sadness does not always need to be fixed. Sometimes it needs time, rest, and a safe place to exist before it naturally softens. You do not become emotionally strong by winning a war against yourself. You become strong by building a relationship with yourself that can survive difficult feelings. When your inner voice becomes compassionate, you stop adding shame to every painful experience. You begin saying, "I am struggling today, but I am still worthy of patience." You remind yourself that needing rest does not make you lazy, crying does not make you weak, and asking for help does not make you a burden. These reminders do not remove responsibility, they create a healthier foundation from which you can continue. Think about how much energy you waste trying to appear unaffected. You may spend hours hiding your pain, planning what to say, controlling your expression, and pretending that nothing matters. That energy could be used for healing, honest communication, or meaningful change. There is freedom in no longer needing to look strong every moment. You can say that you are having a difficult day without explaining every detail. You can admit that you do not know the answer. You can allow yourself to be a learner instead of pretending to understand everything. Humility is also a form of strength. The ego wants to appear perfect, but wisdom accepts limitation. When you admit that you were wrong, need guidance, or must begin again, you create room for growth. Pretending to know everything protects your image, but prevents you from learning. Buddhism teaches that clinging to a fixed identity creates suffering. If you cling to being the strong one, you may reject every experience that does not match that identity. You may feel unable to cry, rest, ask for help, or admit that something has become too much. Release the need to perform strength. Allow strength to become something deeper than appearance. Let it become honesty, patience, self-control, compassion, flexibility, and the courage to face reality. You are not weak because today feels heavy. You may simply be carrying something that requires time to understand. You are not failing because you do not feel motivated. Your mind may be asking for recovery. You are not broken because you feel emotional. An emotion is moving through you, and like every other condition, it will change. You do not need to punish yourself back into strength. Punishment may force temporary action, but it creates long-term exhaustion. Compassion allows you to recover without losing respect for yourself. The next time you feel weak, do not immediately ask how you can hide the feeling. Ask how you can support yourself while it is present. Perhaps you need rest, movement, silence, prayer, meditation, honest conversation, or one small task that helps you regain direction. Do not demand that you become your strongest version before taking care of yourself. Take care of yourself now, while you are tired, confused, and imperfect. This is how strength grows. It grows when you repeatedly prove that you will not abandon yourself during difficult moments. Anyone can be kind to themselves when life is going well. The deeper practice begins when you make a mistake, lose energy, feel rejected, or do not recognize yourself. Those are the moments when your inner voice matters most. You may not be able to control the emotion that arrives, but you can choose whether you meet it with judgment or understanding. You can choose whether one difficult feeling becomes a temporary experience or the beginning of another battle against yourself. Real strength is not never falling apart. It is knowing how to gather yourself without hatred. It is giving yourself enough time to breathe, understand what happened, and begin again. It is learning from pain without allowing pain to define your identity. You are allowed to feel afraid and still take the next step. You are allowed to feel sad and still believe that life can become beautiful again. You are allowed to feel tired and still remain a person with dreams, purpose, and value. Your emotions do not remove your strength. They give you an opportunity to practice it. Every time you respond to sadness with compassion, anger with awareness, fear with patience, and exhaustion with balance, you become stronger in a way the world may never see. You do not need to become a person who never struggles. You need to become a person who knows how to remain beside themselves while struggling. That is the kind of strength that does not depend on your mood, productivity, or ability to appear perfect. The strongest person is not always the one standing without emotion. Sometimes it is the person who is crying, breathing, and quietly choosing not to give up. Sometimes strength is simply saying, "Today is difficult, but I will not use this difficulty as a reason to hate myself." Allow yourself to be human. Let emotion rise without turning it into shame. Let it teach you, move through you, and leave when it is ready. You do not have to fight every feeling to prove that you are strong. Sometimes the greatest strength is allowing yourself to feel without losing the love and respect you have for yourself. 7. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to someone you deeply love. Imagine that someone you deeply love is sitting in front of you after a painful day. Their eyes are tired, their voice is quiet, and they are struggling to explain what happened. They tell you that they tried their best, but they could not finish what they planned. They made a mistake, lost their motivation, became emotional, and now they feel disappointed in themselves. They believe they have failed, and they are afraid that one difficult day has erased all the progress they made before. Would you look at them and call them lazy? Would you tell them they are useless because they needed rest? Would you remind them of every mistake they have ever made and use those mistakes as proof that they will never improve? Most likely you would not. You would sit beside them, listen carefully, and remind them that one difficult day does not decide the direction of their whole life. You would probably tell them that they are tired, not worthless, and that they deserve patience while they recover. Yet when you are the one struggling, your kindness often disappears. You speak to yourself in a way you would never speak to someone you love. You call yourself weak, foolish, unworthy, or a failure. You replay every mistake, exaggerate every problem, and convince yourself that you should have handled everything better. Instead of becoming your own source of support, you become another voice, adding pressure to an already painful moment. This habit often develops slowly. You may have learned that criticism creates discipline, so you began using harsh words to force yourself forward. Perhaps you believed that if you remained strict enough, you would never become lazy, careless, or emotionally weak. For a while, this harshness may have helped you complete tasks, hide your feelings, or avoid mistakes. But over time, the voice that was supposed to motivate you became the voice that made you afraid of yourself. You may now feel that you are never doing enough. When you succeed, you immediately focus on what still needs improvement. When someone praises you, you believe they do not know the real you. When you rest, you feel guilty. When you make a mistake, you treat it as evidence that you are not intelligent, disciplined, or worthy enough. No achievement feels complete because your inner critic always finds another reason to attack you. Buddhism teaches compassion as an essential part of freedom from suffering. Compassion is not simply feeling sorry for another person. It is the sincere desire to understand suffering and respond to it without cruelty. This compassion should not only be directed towards strangers, family members, friends, or people in pain. It must also include the person living inside your own body and mind. Many people find it easier to forgive others than to forgive themselves. They understand that other people make mistakes because they are tired, afraid, confused, or wounded. But when they make the same kind of mistake, they refuse to offer themselves the same understanding. They believe they should have known better, controlled themselves better, or acted more wisely. Responsibility is important, but responsibility does not require self-hatred. You can recognize that your behavior was wrong without deciding that you are a terrible person. You can admit that you hurt someone, made a poor choice, or failed to keep a promise while still believing that growth is possible. Punishing yourself endlessly does not repair the past. It often keeps you trapped in shame and makes meaningful change more difficult. Healthy responsibility says, I made a mistake, and I need to understand why it happened. Self-hatred says, I made a mistake because there is something deeply wrong with me. One response creates awareness and change, while the other creates fear and hopelessness. When you believe you are the problem, you stop looking for the lesson because you have already decided that improvement is impossible. Buddhism encourages you to look at causes and conditions. Every action arises from something. Perhaps you reacted in anger because you felt unheard for a long time. Perhaps you stayed in an unhealthy situation because you were afraid of being alone. Perhaps you ignored your own needs because you believed caring for yourself was selfish. Understanding these causes does not excuse harmful behavior, but it helps you change the conditions that created it. If you only insult yourself, you may never discover what truly needs healing. You may promise not to repeat the mistake while leaving the fear, wound, habit, or belief beneath it untouched. Then the same pattern returns, and you punish yourself again. Compassion breaks this cycle because it allows you to look honestly without becoming overwhelmed by shame. Some people worry that speaking kindly to themselves will make them weak. They believe that if they stop criticizing themselves, they will lose ambition, discipline, and responsibility. But compassion is not permission to avoid effort. It is a healthier way of encouraging effort. Imagine a teacher helping a student who is struggling. A cruel teacher may insult the student, make them feel ashamed, and compare them to everyone else. The student may work harder for a short time because they are afraid, but they will probably begin to hate learning and doubt their intelligence. A wise teacher remains honest about the mistake while also showing the student how to improve. Your inner voice can become that wise teacher. It can say, "This choice caused pain, so let us understand it and do better." It can remind you that growth takes practice, and that one failure does not remove your ability to learn. This voice does not avoid truth. It delivers truth without destroying your dignity. Harshness may create movement, but it rarely creates peace. You may become successful while secretly believing you are never enough. You may appear disciplined while constantly living in fear of failure. You may reach your goals and still be unable to enjoy them because your inner critic immediately demands the next achievement. When your motivation is built on self-hatred, rest feels dangerous. You fear that if you slow down, you will lose control of yourself. You believe your cruelty is the only thing keeping you productive. But there is a difference between discipline and punishment. Discipline helps you protect what matters, while punishment tries to make you suffer for not being perfect. Compassionate discipline may tell you to get out of bed and complete one important task, even when you do not feel motivated. But it will also recognize when your body truly needs rest. It will encourage effort without demanding that you ignore your limits. It understands that progress becomes more sustainable when you are not constantly fighting yourself. Think about the words you repeat every day. Perhaps you say, "I am so stupid," whenever you make a small mistake. You may say, I always ruin everything when something goes wrong. You may look in the mirror and criticize your appearance, age, weight, or imperfections. These words may feel automatic, but they shape the atmosphere of your mind. If another person followed you all day and spoke to you in this way, you would probably consider their behavior harmful. You might avoid them or tell them to stop. Yet because the voice comes from within, you may believe it is normal or necessary. Buddhism teaches mindfulness, which allows you to notice this inner language before it becomes invisible. Begin listening to the way you speak to yourself during difficult moments. Do not immediately judge the inner critic. Simply notice its words, tone, and habits. Ask whether those words are true, useful, and compassionate. You may discover that the voice does not truly belong to you. It may sound like someone who criticized you in the past. It may repeat expectations you learned from family, school, society, or painful relationships. Perhaps someone once made you believe that love had to be earned through perfection, obedience, achievement, or sacrifice. You may have carried that belief into adulthood without realizing it. Now you only feel worthy when you are useful, successful, calm, attractive, or needed. When you cannot maintain these conditions, you begin withdrawing kindness from yourself. But love that disappears whenever you struggle is not true compassion. If you only accept yourself when you are doing well, you are creating a relationship based on performance. You become both the performer and the judge, constantly trying to earn approval from your own mind. The deepest healing begins when you stop making kindness conditional. You can still desire growth, improvement, and wisdom, but you no longer require perfection before allowing yourself to feel worthy. You understand that kindness is not the reward you receive after healing. It is part of what allows healing to happen. Imagine trying to help a wounded animal. If you approach it with anger, force, and impatience, it will become more frightened. It may hide, resist, or attack because it does not feel safe. But if you approach slowly and gently, it may begin to trust you. The wounded parts of your mind respond in a similar way. The part of you that fears rejection will not heal because you call it pathetic. The part that feels lonely will not become stronger because you shame it for needing connection. The part that made a mistake will not learn clearly while drowning in self-hatred. Safety allows truth to rise without fear. Speaking kindly to yourself does not mean pretending everything is fine. If you have been avoiding responsibility, compassion may tell you honestly that it is time to act. If you are returning to a harmful relationship, compassion may remind you of the pain you experienced before. If you are giving up too quickly, compassion may encourage you to try one more time. The difference is that compassionate truth does not insult you. It does not say, "You are weak because you went back." It says, "You returned because part of you was still hoping for love, but this pattern continues to hurt you, and you deserve to protect yourself." It helps you understand your behavior while guiding you toward a wiser choice. There will be moments when you need to apologize to yourself. Perhaps you ignored your needs for years, stayed silent when someone disrespected you, or abandoned your own values to keep someone close. You may look back and feel angry at the person you were, but that person was often doing the best they could with the awareness, courage, and resources they had at the time. You know more now because you lived through the consequences. It is easy to judge your past self using the wisdom you gained later, but the person you were did not have access to everything you understand today. Forgiving yourself does not mean saying the past did not matter. It means refusing to spend the rest of your life attacking someone who no longer exists in the same form. You can honor the lesson without creating a lifelong punishment. Perhaps you stayed because you were afraid. Perhaps you tolerated poor treatment because you believed being alone would be worse. Perhaps you trusted someone because you wanted to see the good in them. These choices may have caused pain, but they also revealed what you need to learn about boundaries, self-respect, and attachment. You do not need to keep reopening the wound to prove that you remember the lesson. Wisdom can remain even after shame is released. A compassionate inner voice may say, "I wish I had chosen differently, but I understand why I struggled." It may say, "I cannot change what happened, but I can protect myself now." It may say, "I was searching for love in the wrong place, and now I am learning how to stop abandoning myself." These words do not erase responsibility. They prevent responsibility from becoming a weapon. You may also need compassion when your progress feels slow. Personal growth often takes longer than you expect. You may understand a lesson mentally, but still struggle to live it emotionally. You may know that a person is unhealthy for you while still missing them. You may understand that comparison is harmful while still feeling jealous. You may know that rest is necessary while still feeling guilty when you stop. Knowing the truth does not instantly remove years of conditioning. The mind changes through repetition, awareness, and practice. You are not failing because an old habit returns. You are being given another opportunity to respond differently. When the same emotional pattern appears, you can pause and say, "I recognize this. I have felt this before, but I do not need to react in the same way." This is progress. The emotion may still arrive, but you are beginning to meet it with more awareness. Compassion is especially important on days when you do not like yourself. There may be moments when you feel embarrassed by your behavior, disappointed in your choices, or ashamed of your emotions. You may want to avoid yourself, but you cannot heal through abandonment. These are the moments when you need to remain present. You can say, "I am disappointed, but I will not become cruel." You can make a better decision without creating an identity around the mistake. A painful action is something you did, not the full truth of who you are. Buddhism reminds us that everything is changing. You are not a permanent, fixed self. You are a collection of habits, thoughts, memories, choices, and conditions that continue to change. This means the person who made yesterday's mistake is capable of responding differently tomorrow. If you label yourself permanently, you may stop trying. You may say, "I am selfish, I am weak," or "I am a failure," and then unconsciously continue behaving according to that identity. But when you say, "I behaved selfishly in that moment," you leave room for awareness and change. Your language matters. Saying, "I am broken," feels very different from saying, "I am hurting." Saying, "I am a failure," feels different from saying, "Something I tried did not work." Saying, "I am weak," feels different from saying, "I do not have much energy today." One kind of language creates a prison, while the other describes a temporary experience. Speaking kindly to yourself also means recognizing your effort, not only your results. You may have tried with all the strength you had and still failed. The world often judges only visible outcomes, but you know what the effort required. You know how difficult it was to get out of bed, start again, have the conversation, or take one small step. Do not ignore that courage simply because the final result was not what you hoped. Effort cannot guarantee success, but it deserves recognition. A person who continues trying while afraid may be showing more courage than someone who succeeds easily. On some days, your victory will be visible. On others, it will be private. Perhaps you wanted to send an angry message but chose silence. Maybe you wanted to return to someone who hurt you, but remained away. Perhaps you felt hopeless, but still completed one small responsibility. These moments matter. They show that you are learning how to remain connected to your values, even when your emotions are difficult. The relationship you have with yourself affects every other relationship in your life. If you constantly ignore your own needs, you may accept people who do the same. If you believe you must earn love, you may become attracted to relationships in which affection is always conditional. If you do not trust your own feelings, you may allow others to define your reality. Self-compassion strengthens your boundaries because you begin believing your pain matters. You stop asking whether your needs are too much and start asking whether the relationship allows mutual respect. You become less willing to remain where you must shrink, beg, or betray yourself to be accepted. This does not make you selfish. It helps you become more honest. You can care for others without abandoning yourself. You can be generous without allowing people to repeatedly take advantage of you. You can forgive without returning to the same harmful situation. When you speak kindly to yourself, you also become less dependent on constant approval. Compliments can still feel good, but they no longer control your worth. Rejection can still hurt, but it does not automatically become proof that you are unlovable. You begin creating an inner home where your value is not decided by every changing opinion around you. This inner stability allows you to listen to advice without losing yourself. You can accept correction without collapsing into shame. There will still be days when your inner critic becomes loud. Do not expect years of harsh thinking to disappear immediately. When the criticism returns, you do not need to fight it with more anger. Simply notice it and choose a different response. If the mind says, "You are useless because you did not finish everything," you can answer, "I did what I could with the energy I had, and I can continue tomorrow." If it says, "No one will love you," you can answer, "Rejection hurts, but one person's decision cannot define my worth." If it says, "You should be stronger," you can answer, "Strength includes knowing when I need care." You may not believe these new words completely at first. That is okay. A compassionate relationship with yourself is built through practice. The old voice became powerful because it was repeated many times. The new voice also needs repetition. You can begin with language that feels honest, rather than overly positive. You do not need to tell yourself that everything is perfect. You can say, "This is difficult, and I am trying." You can say, "I do not know what will happen, but I can face this moment." You can say, "I made a mistake, but I am still capable of learning." These words create a bridge between pain and hope. Meditation can help you practice this relationship. Sit quietly and notice what is happening within you without immediately trying to change it. When pain arises, imagine offering it the same patience you would offer someone you love. You can silently say, "May I be patient with myself. May I learn from this pain. May I stop adding cruelty to what is already difficult." This does not need to be complicated. Even a few moments of gentle attention can change the way you experience a bad day. Sometimes compassion may simply mean placing your hand on your chest and breathing slowly. The physical gesture reminds your body that you are not in danger from your own judgment. It may feel strange at first, especially if you are used to motivating yourself through pressure, but it can help create a sense of safety. You can also ask yourself a simple question: what would I say to someone I love if they were experiencing this? Then offer yourself the same words. You may be surprised by how much wisdom and gentleness you already carry for others. Perhaps you would tell them to rest. Perhaps you would remind them that the mistake is repairable. Maybe you would tell them not to make a permanent decision during a temporary emotional state. Whatever answer appears, consider whether you also deserve that guidance. There may be times when you cannot access kindness easily. You feel too angry, ashamed, or disappointed. In those moments, begin with neutrality. You do not have to force yourself to feel love. You can simply choose not to attack. You can say, "I do not feel good about what happened, but I will not insult myself." Sometimes stopping the cruelty is the first form of compassion. Over time, this practice changes the atmosphere of your mind. You no longer feel that every mistake will lead to an inner punishment. Because you feel safer, you become more willing to admit the truth. You stop hiding from yourself. This honesty helps you grow faster than shame ever could. When you are not afraid of your own judgment, you can look directly at your behavior, understand it, apologize where necessary, and choose differently. The goal is not to become someone who never feels disappointed in themselves. Disappointment can reveal that your actions did not match your values. The goal is to experience disappointment without turning it into hatred. You can be firm without becoming cruel. You can say, "This is not the person I want to be, so I need to change," while still believing that you are worthy of support during that change. The strongest relationship you will ever build is the one in which you stop leaving yourself during difficult moments. Many people remain beside themselves only when they are successful. The moment they fail, they emotionally disappear. They replace encouragement with criticism and patience with punishment. But real self-love is revealed when you are tired, embarrassed, rejected, or afraid. It is the choice to remain present and say, "I do not approve of everything that happened, but I am not going to abandon myself." You cannot control whether everyone understands you. You cannot force people to stay, approve of you, or treat you fairly. But you can decide not to join them when they become cruel. When the world disappoints you, your own mind should not become another place of rejection. This does not mean you will always feel confident. It means that even when confidence disappears, respect can remain. Even when you do not feel proud of yourself, you can still treat yourself with dignity. There will be a day when you look back and realize that the gentle voice you once struggled to believe has become natural. You will make a mistake and immediately think about how to repair it instead of how to punish yourself. You will feel tired and recognize the need for rest without calling yourself lazy. You will still have difficult days, but they will no longer become reasons to destroy your relationship with yourself. This is one of the greatest forms of healing. On the days when you feel strong, use your strength with humility. On the days when you feel weak, use your compassion generously. You do not need to earn kindness by becoming perfect. You need kindness so that you can continue growing without losing yourself. Speak to yourself as you would speak to someone whose life matters. Remind yourself that pain does not make you a burden, rest does not make you worthless, and imperfection does not make you unlovable. When you fail, guide yourself. When you are afraid, reassure yourself. When you feel lost, remain patient with yourself. When life becomes heavy, do not become another weight you must carry. Your inner voice follows you everywhere. Let it become a place of honesty, wisdom, and support. The world may not always understand your struggle, but you can learn to stop using that struggle as evidence against yourself. A bad day does not require a cruel response. It requires awareness, patience, and the courage to begin again. You are not helping yourself by turning pain into punishment. You are only making the road more difficult for the person who must continue walking it. Become the person who helps you stand again. Become the voice that reminds you that one difficult moment does not erase everything good within you. Become the safe place you once searched for in other people. When you learn to remain kind to yourself through sadness, failure, exhaustion, and uncertainty, you stop depending on perfect days to feel worthy. You understand that peace is not created by never struggling. It is created by refusing to abandon yourself when struggle appears. Speak to yourself with the patience you have offered everyone else. Give yourself the understanding you once begged to receive. Correct yourself without humiliating yourself, and encourage yourself without demanding perfection. You are still learning. You are still changing. You are still becoming more aware of what helps you and what harms you. This journey will include mistakes, slow days, emotional setbacks, and moments when you do not feel strong. None of these experiences remove your worth. You do not have to hate yourself into becoming better. You can guide yourself with compassion, discipline, honesty, and patience. Growth built through love may feel slower than growth built through fear, but it creates a strength that does not disappear when life becomes difficult. The next time you have a bad day, notice the words appearing inside your mind. Before you call yourself weak, ask whether those words would help someone you deeply love. If they would only create more pain, choose different words. Tell yourself that this day is difficult, but temporary. Tell yourself that you can rest without giving up. Tell yourself that you can make a mistake without becoming the mistake. Tell yourself that tomorrow is another opportunity, not another test of whether you deserve love. You are not required to become perfect before you are allowed to be gentle with yourself. Begin now, exactly as you are. Your healing does not start when every weakness disappears. It begins when you stop using those weaknesses as reasons to turn against yourself. 8. A bad day does not erase the progress you have already made. One of the most painful things about having a difficult day is the fear that all your progress has disappeared. You may have spent weeks becoming calmer, more disciplined, more hopeful, or more emotionally aware. You may have worked hard to improve your habits, control your reactions, protect your peace, and build a better relationship with yourself. Then one morning, you wake up feeling heavy again. Your motivation is gone, your old thoughts return, and emotions you believed you had overcome begin rising inside you. Within a few hours, you convince yourself that nothing has changed and that you are back at the beginning. But one difficult day cannot erase everything you have learned. A moment of sadness does not remove your healing. A return of anxiety does not mean you have lost all your strength. Feeling tired, confused, or emotionally overwhelmed does not prove that your growth was fake. It simply means that healing is not a straight road, and that being human includes moments when old feelings return. Many people expect progress to look like a perfect upward line. They believe every new day should be better than the one before it. They imagine that once they learn an important lesson, they should never struggle with the same problem again. When an old emotion returns, they become deeply disappointed because they expected healing to make them permanently unaffected. Buddhism teaches that everything changes according to causes and conditions. Your mood can be influenced by sleep, stress, physical health, relationships, memories, uncertainty, and the environment around you. Even after becoming more peaceful, there will be conditions that awaken fear, sadness, anger, or insecurity. The return of an emotion does not mean your practice has failed. It gives you another opportunity to meet that emotion with greater awareness. Think about the difference between who you were before and who you are now. In the past, one difficult thought may have controlled you for days. You may have believed every negative story your mind created. Perhaps sadness made you isolate yourself, anger caused you to speak cruelly, or fear kept you trapped in situations you needed to leave. Today, the same emotion may still appear, but you recognize it sooner. You understand that it is temporary, and you are more careful about how you respond. This is progress, even if the feeling itself has not completely disappeared. Healing does not always mean that painful emotions stop visiting you. Sometimes it means they no longer control your home. They may knock on the door, but you do not immediately give them power over every decision. You notice their presence, listen to what they are revealing, and allow them to leave without rebuilding your identity around them. You may still feel rejected, but you no longer chase people who repeatedly disrespect you. You may still feel lonely, but you no longer return to relationships that destroy your peace. You may still become angry, but you pause before speaking. You may still feel afraid, but you take one careful step instead of abandoning yourself completely. These changes may feel small, but they are evidence that you are not back where you started. Imagine walking up a mountain on a foggy day. The fog becomes so thick that you cannot see how far you have climbed. For a moment, it feels as if you are standing in the same place where the journey began. But the inability to see your progress does not mean the progress has disappeared. You are still higher than before, even when the view is hidden. A bad day can become like that fog. It covers your confidence and makes your past effort difficult to remember. Your mind focuses only on how you feel now and forgets every moment when you showed courage, patience, discipline, or wisdom. It forgets the boundaries you created, the habits you changed, the pain you survived, and the times you continued when giving up would have been easier. This is why you must be careful about making permanent judgments during temporary emotional states. When you are exhausted, Everything can appear more hopeless than it truly is. When you are anxious, every uncertain situation can look dangerous. When you are sad, your mind may collect only painful memories and ignore every reason for hope. The feeling is real, but the conclusion it creates may not be true. You are allowed to say, "Today I feel as though I have made no progress," without deciding, "I have made no progress." One statement describes your present experience, while the other turns the experience into a final truth. Buddhism encourages you to observe the difference between what you feel and what actually is. There may be days when your old habits return. You may spend too much time worrying, comparing yourself, seeking approval, avoiding responsibility, or thinking about someone you were trying to release. Do not use this as an excuse to attack yourself. Instead, become curious about what created the return. Perhaps you were tired, lonely, stressed, or emotionally triggered. Maybe you entered an environment connected to the old habit. Perhaps something happened that made you search for the comfort you once found in familiar patterns. Understanding the cause helps you respond wisely, while shame only makes the pattern more difficult to change. A person trying to leave an old road may accidentally walk toward it again, especially when they are confused or exhausted. The important thing is not that they never take a wrong step. The important thing is that they notice and redirect themselves. You do not need to turn one setback into a complete return to your past. If you have one unhealthy meal, you do not need to abandon every healthy habit. If you miss one day of meditation, you do not need to decide that discipline is impossible. If you contact someone you are trying to release, you do not need to believe you are permanently weak. One choice matters, but it does not have to control the choices that follow. Many people create greater damage because they respond to a small setback with complete surrender. They think, "I have already failed, so there is no point in trying anymore." This way of thinking turns one difficult moment into many difficult days. Buddhism teaches the value of beginning again. Every moment offers another opportunity to return to awareness. You do not need to wait for Monday, a new month, a new year, or a perfect emotional state. The moment you recognize that you have moved away from what matters, you can gently return. Beginning again is not proof that you failed. It is proof that you remain committed. A river does not move toward the ocean in a perfectly straight line. It bends around rocks, travels through narrow spaces, slows in certain places, and sometimes appears to move away from its destination. Yet it continues. Its direction matters more than the shape of every turn. Your growth may also include detours. There will be seasons when you move quickly, and others when you barely feel yourself moving. Sometimes you will understand exactly what life is teaching you. At other times, the lesson will only become clear after the difficult period has passed. Do not judge the entire journey by one slow section. There may be emotional wounds that take longer to heal than you expected. You may feel embarrassed that you are still affected by something that happened months or years ago. Other people may tell you to move on, making you feel weak for still carrying pain. But the mind does not heal according to a strict schedule. Some experiences change the way you see yourself, trust others, or understand the world. Healing from them may require more than simply deciding not to think about the past. You may need time to rebuild safety, confidence, boundaries, and self-respect. You may need to understand why the experience affected you so deeply. You may need to grieve not only what happened, but also what you hoped would happen. This process cannot always be rushed. Buddhism teaches patience because forcing change often creates more suffering. A flower does not open faster because you pull at its petals. In the same way, your healing will not become healthier because you shame yourself for needing time. You can support the process, but you cannot always control its speed. You can create helpful conditions through awareness, rest, meditation, honest conversation, healthy routines, and distance from what repeatedly harms you. Then you must allow change to happen naturally. Patience does not mean doing nothing. It means making steady effort without demanding immediate results. You may meditate for several weeks and still become angry. You may practice self-compassion and still have moments of harsh inner criticism. You may understand impermanence and still feel afraid when something changes. These experiences do not make your practice meaningless. Spiritual wisdom is not proven by never feeling pain. It is proven by the way you relate to pain when it appears. Anyone can speak calmly about impermanence when everything they love feels secure. The real practice begins when something changes unexpectedly. Anyone can believe in compassion when they are doing well. The deeper practice begins when they fail, become embarrassed, or feel disappointed in themselves. Your difficult days reveal where your understanding needs to become deeper. This is not punishment. It is an opportunity to turn ideas into lived wisdom. Perhaps you have learned that you should not compare yourself to others, but on a bad day, comparison returns. Instead of feeling ashamed, use the moment to practice. Notice the comparison, understand the pain beneath it, and gently return to your own path. Perhaps you know that rest is necessary, but guilt appears when you slow down. This is another moment of practice. You can acknowledge the guilt without allowing it to force you back into exhaustion. Every return to awareness strengthens the new path inside your mind. Imagine walking through a field and creating a new trail. The old trail is clear because you have walked it many times. The new one is difficult to see because it has not yet been used often. When you are tired, you may automatically return to the old trail because it feels familiar. This does not mean the new trail does not exist. It means you must continue choosing it until it becomes easier to follow. Your old trail may be self-hatred, overthinking, people-pleasing, comparison, avoidance, or emotional suppression. Your new trail may be compassion, awareness, honest communication, healthy boundaries, and patience. Every time you choose the new response, even imperfectly, the path becomes stronger. Do not expect yourself to erase years of conditioning in a few days. The way you speak to yourself, react to pain, and search for approval may have developed over a long period. Changing these habits requires repetition. A bad day may make the old path more attractive because the mind naturally returns to what is familiar when it feels stressed. Instead of treating this return as failure, recognize it as part of the learning process. You can say, "My mind is returning to an old habit because I am overwhelmed, but I do not have to remain here." This response combines honesty with compassion. It does not deny the pattern, but it also does not turn the pattern into your identity. There will also be days when you cannot see the value of what you have already overcome. You may focus on everything that remains difficult and forget how different your life once was. Perhaps there was a time when you could not spend one evening alone without feeling desperate. Now you can sit in silence, even if loneliness still visits. Maybe you once accepted every form of disrespect because you feared losing people. Now you feel afraid but still speak honestly. Perhaps you once hated yourself for every mistake. Now the harsh voice still appears, but another voice is beginning to answer it with patience. Do not ignore these changes because they are not perfect. Progress often becomes invisible because you become familiar with the person you are becoming. Qualities that once required great effort slowly become natural, and then you forget how difficult they were to develop. You may now leave situations that you once tolerated for years. You may recognize manipulation sooner, recover from disappointment more quickly, or understand your emotions more clearly. Because these changes happen gradually, you may not notice their importance. Take time to remember who you were before, not to shame that person, but to recognize how much you have learned. You have survived days you once believed would destroy you. You have continued after rejection, loss, failure, confusion, and exhaustion. You have lived through moments when you could not imagine feeling peaceful again. The fact that you are still here does not mean everything became easy. It means you found enough strength to continue, even when that strength was quiet. Sometimes continuing did not look impressive. It may have meant getting out of bed, eating something, answering one message, or deciding not to harm your future because of present pain. These moments may never receive recognition from other people, but they matter. A bad day cannot remove the courage required to survive all the days that came before it. You may feel weak today, but weakness is not your permanent identity. You may feel lost, but being unable to see the path does not mean there is no path. You may feel unmotivated, but motivation is only one condition that supports action. You can still take a small step without waiting to feel powerful. The mind often believes that progress must be dramatic. It looks for major achievements, complete transformations, and visible success. But much of life changes through small decisions repeated quietly. Choosing to speak gently to yourself for one moment is progress. Choosing not to send the angry message is progress. Choosing to rest before exhaustion becomes collapse is progress. Choosing not to return to someone who continues to hurt you is progress. These choices may not change everything immediately, but they change the direction in which you are moving. Buddhism teaches that every action creates conditions for what follows. One compassionate thought may make the next compassionate response easier. One moment of awareness may prevent hours of unnecessary suffering. One healthy boundary may protect years of peace. Do not underestimate the value of small choices simply because they do not produce immediate visible results. A seed is small, but it contains the possibility of an entire tree. In the same way, one wise decision on a bad day can contain the beginning of a new life. You may choose not to believe the cruel thought. You may choose to take a walk instead of remaining trapped in overthinking. You may choose to ask for help rather than pretending you are fine. That decision may look ordinary, but it begins changing your relationship with pain. The goal is not to become perfect during difficult moments. The goal is to stop making those moments more painful than they need to be. Sometimes your best response will still be imperfect. You may speak more harshly than you intended, avoid something important, or spend too much time inside your thoughts. When you recognize this, repair what you can and begin again. Do not demand that the next step erase the previous one. Let it simply become a better direction. If you said something hurtful, apologize sincerely. If you ignored your body, give it rest. If you abandoned a helpful habit, return to it gently. If you broke a boundary, understand why and rebuild it. Repair is more powerful than endless regret. Self-punishment often feels like responsibility because it creates pain. You believe that if you suffer enough, it proves you understand the seriousness of the mistake. But suffering without change does not repair anything. You can spend days hating yourself and still repeat the same behavior. Or you can spend one honest hour understanding what happened and creating a wiser response. Buddhism does not ask you to suffer forever for being imperfect. It asks you to become aware enough to stop creating the same suffering again. A bad day can reveal where you still need support. Perhaps your routine is too demanding, your boundaries are too weak, or your expectations are unrealistic. Instead of seeing this information as proof of failure, use it to adjust your life. A difficult day may show that you have been trying to carry too much alone. It may reveal that a relationship is affecting you more deeply than you admitted. It may show that your body needs care, or that your mind has not had enough silence. The day can become a teacher when you stop treating it only as an enemy. Ask what the experience is showing you. Maybe you need more balance, clearer priorities, healthier sleep, less comparison, or greater honesty. Maybe you need to accept that something cannot continue in the same way. This kind of reflection turns pain into wisdom. However, do not force every bad day to contain a profound lesson. Sometimes you are simply tired. Sometimes your mood changes without a clear explanation. Not every difficult feeling must become a problem to solve. There is wisdom in allowing an ordinary bad day to remain ordinary. You can rest, reduce your responsibilities, and trust that the feeling will pass without discovering a perfect reason for it. The important thing is that you do not turn it into hatred. You can say, "I am not feeling like myself today, so I will move gently." This is enough. You do not need to understand everything before offering yourself kindness. You may worry that accepting a bad day will cause it to continue. You believe that if you stop fighting, you will become comfortable with sadness or laziness. But acceptance is not surrender. Acceptance means recognizing what is currently true so that you can respond wisely. If you deny your exhaustion, you may push yourself until you collapse. When you accept that your energy is low, you can choose what truly needs to be done and what can wait. You stop wasting energy fighting reality and use that energy to care for yourself. Buddhism teaches that resistance creates additional suffering. The difficult day is already present. Arguing with its existence does not make it disappear. It only adds frustration, shame, and fear. When you accept the moment, the mind begins to soften. You no longer need to pretend, perform, or force immediate change. You create space for the feeling to move naturally. Acceptance may sound like, "I wish today felt different, but this is what I am experiencing." It may sound like, "I do not have my usual strength, so I will work with the strength available." These words are honest without being hopeless. You are not saying the day will remain difficult forever. You are simply refusing to punish yourself for what is true right now. There will be people who do not understand your slower days. They may expect the same energy, attention, and emotional availability from you all the time. They may call you distant, lazy, or difficult when you need space. You cannot always control their interpretation, but you can communicate honestly and protect your limits. You do not need to explain every detail of your pain. You can simply say that you are having a difficult day and need time to recover. The people who genuinely respect you may not understand everything, but they will not require you to destroy yourself to keep them comfortable. A bad day can show you which relationships allow you to be human and which only value you when you are useful. Some people enjoy your strength but become impatient with your vulnerability. They want your support, energy, and kindness, but they disappear when you need the same. Recognizing this can be painful, but it can also free you from investing deeply in relationships that are not balanced. You deserve people who do not make you feel guilty for having limits. This does not mean others must solve every problem for you. It means healthy relationships create room for honesty. You do not have to perform constant strength to feel safe. The same must be true in your relationship with yourself. Your self-respect cannot depend only on your strongest days. You must remain worthy in your own eyes when you are uncertain, tired, and emotionally overwhelmed. Anyone can admire themselves after success. The deeper practice is learning not to despise yourself during struggle. When your confidence is high, it is easy to believe you are capable. When your confidence disappears, you must rely on something deeper than emotion. You rely on the memory of what you have survived, the lessons you have learned, and the understanding that feelings are temporary. Confidence says, "I feel able to handle this." Self-trust says, "Even if I struggle, I will not abandon myself." Self-trust is more stable because it does not require you to feel strong before moving forward. It tells you that you can make mistakes, become afraid, or need support while still remaining committed to your well-being. You build this trust every time you respond to a bad day with care instead of punishment. You prove that you will not destroy yourself simply because life became difficult. Over time, the mind becomes less afraid of emotional pain because it knows you will remain present. You no longer need to panic whenever sadness appears. You understand that you can feel it without losing yourself. This is not emotional perfection, it is emotional safety. When you feel safe within yourself, you stop treating every painful thought as an emergency. You can sit with uncertainty without immediately creating the worst possible future. You can experience rejection without believing you must chase the person who rejected you. You can feel disappointed without deciding that life has lost all meaning. The feeling may still hurt, but it no longer gains complete control over your identity. A difficult day can even deepen your compassion for others. When you remember what it feels like to struggle, you become less likely to judge people by one moment. You understand that someone's silence may be exhaustion, their slowness may be grief, and their distance may be an attempt to protect themselves. Your own pain can teach you to look beyond appearances. Buddhism encourages compassion because every person carries suffering that may not be visible. The stranger who seems impatient may be worried about someone they love. The person who appears unmotivated may be fighting a private battle. The friend who does not answer may be overwhelmed. This does not mean accepting harmful behavior without boundaries. It means recognizing that people are more complex than their worst moment. Offer yourself the same understanding. You are also more than your worst day, your weakest reaction, or your most painful thought. You are the entire journey, including every lesson, effort, failure, recovery, and new beginning. Do not reduce yourself to the moment when you feel least powerful. The mind may say, "This is who I truly am," when you are struggling. But your strongest day is not the complete truth about you, and your weakest day is not the complete truth either. You contain many changing conditions. Buddhist wisdom helps you stop clinging to any one condition as your permanent identity. You are not permanently strong, and you are not permanently weak. You are a human being responding to changing circumstances. Some days you will have more energy and clarity. Other days you will need patience and support. Both kinds of days belong to your life. There is no shame in needing different things at different times. You do not wear the same clothes in every season, and you cannot expect the same emotional response in every condition. Wisdom means adjusting without turning the adjustment into self-judgment. On a strong day, you may complete many tasks, help others, and move confidently toward your goals. On a difficult day, you may need to focus only on what is essential. This is not inconsistency, it is awareness. You are learning to respond to reality instead of forcing yourself to maintain an image. The desire to appear consistent can sometimes make you cruel to yourself. You believe people expect you to remain strong, so you continue performing even when your body and mind are asking for rest. But a life built entirely around appearance eventually becomes exhausting. You lose the ability to recognize what you truly feel, because you are always asking how you seem to others. A bad day may be an invitation to return to honesty. You can admit that you are tired. You can allow plans to change. You can tell people that you do not have the capacity to give what they are asking for today. This honesty may disappoint someone, but constantly ignoring your limits will eventually disappoint you. Your progress includes learning that your well-being deserves protection. Every time you honor a real limit instead of performing strength, you strengthen your relationship with yourself. You prove that you are no longer willing to sacrifice your health for approval. This is also progress, even when it looks like slowing down. Sometimes life moves you forward through action, and sometimes it moves you forward through stillness. A period of rest can help you see what constant busyness was hiding. Silence can reveal which thoughts belong to you and which were created by pressure from others. A bad day may force you to stop long enough to recognize that you have been moving in the wrong direction. Perhaps you were chasing a goal that no longer feels meaningful. Maybe you were trying to impress people whose approval never brought peace. Perhaps you were staying busy because you were afraid of facing loneliness, grief, or uncertainty. The pause may feel uncomfortable, but it can create clarity. Do not assume that every interruption is destroying your progress. Some interruptions protect you from continuing towards something harmful. A closed door may redirect you. Exhaustion may reveal the need for balance. Disappointment may help you release an unrealistic expectation. You may only understand the purpose later. Buddhism reminds you not to cling too tightly to how your journey should unfold. You can have a direction without demanding that every step happen according to your plan. Life may include delays, changes, and difficult seasons. These conditions do not automatically mean you are moving away from growth. Sometimes the detour becomes part of the lesson. Be careful not to confuse speed with progress. You can move quickly in the wrong direction or slowly towards something meaningful. The world often praises visible speed, but wisdom values direction. On a bad day, your pace may become slower. This does not mean your direction has changed. If you are still choosing compassion over hatred, awareness over denial, and honesty over performance, you are still moving forward. Even the decision to stop and breathe instead of reacting can be a powerful form of progress. Your life is not a competition to see how many perfect days you can create. It is an opportunity to become more aware through every condition. The good days teach you how to use your energy. The difficult days teach you how to use your compassion. Both contain value. You may never completely remove bad days from your life. No amount of meditation, wisdom, discipline, or success can protect you from every loss, disappointment, illness, or emotional change. The goal of Buddhism is not to create a life in which nothing painful happens. It is to free you from the unnecessary suffering created by attachment, resistance, and misunderstanding. A bad day will still feel difficult, but it does not need to become proof that you are failing. You can feel pain without creating self-hatred. You can feel tired without calling yourself useless. You can feel uncertain without deciding that your future is hopeless. This is how wisdom changes suffering. The next time you feel as though you have returned to the beginning, pause and remember that you are carrying knowledge you did not have before. You are not meeting the emotion as the same person. You have survived previous waves. You have learned how temporary feelings can appear permanent. You have experienced days when hope returned after you were certain it was gone. Let that memory support you. You do not need to believe that tomorrow will be perfect. You only need to remember that today is not permanent. Your mind may feel dark, but darkness does not destroy the existence of light. A cloudy sky does not mean the sun has stopped shining. It means the clouds are currently blocking your view. Your progress may also be hidden rather than gone. Give the clouds time to move. Care for yourself while you wait. Do not create another storm through cruel thoughts and impossible expectations. You may not feel strong enough to do everything, but you may be strong enough to do one kind thing for yourself. Drink water, step outside, complete one responsibility, turn off the noise, or allow your body to rest. One kind action can interrupt the cycle of self-hatred. You do not need to rescue your entire life in one day. You only need to stop making the day heavier than it already is. Release the belief that you must immediately return to your best version. Meet the version of you who exists today. Ask what that person needs in order to continue with dignity. Perhaps they need encouragement, forgiveness, food, sleep, silence, movement, or reassurance. Offer what is possible. This is not weakness. It is the practice of becoming someone you can trust. A bad day does not remove your intelligence, courage, potential, or worth. Those qualities may be harder to feel, but they remain part of you. The moon does not disappear when you cannot see it. Your strength does not disappear simply because you cannot access all of it today. Sometimes strength becomes quiet. It appears as patience rather than action, restraint rather than confidence, and rest rather than productivity. Learn to recognize these quieter forms. You may not have conquered the day, but perhaps you refuse to abandon yourself. You may not have completed everything, but you listened to your limits. You may not have felt hopeful, but you did not make your pain worse through cruel decisions. That is still strength. When the day ends, do not only count what you failed to do, notice what you carried. Notice how many thoughts you survived without believing all of them. Notice the moments when you chose silence instead of anger, or rest instead of collapse. Your victories may be hidden inside the struggle. Do not compare them to the visible achievements of someone having a different kind of day. Your work today may have been internal, and internal work can be exhausting. You may have spent the day resisting the desire to return to an unhealthy pattern. You may have been trying to calm a mind that refused to become quiet. Other people may see very little, but you know the effort involved. Honor that effort. At the same time, avoid romanticizing suffering. You do not need to remain in pain to prove that you are growing. Seek support when the burden becomes too great. Make changes when a pattern repeatedly damages you. Compassion includes taking your suffering seriously. It may mean speaking to someone you trust, receiving professional guidance, changing your environment, or creating stronger boundaries. Buddhism values awareness, but awareness should guide wise action. Do not use spiritual ideas to convince yourself that you must tolerate everything peacefully. Acceptance does not mean remaining where you are repeatedly harmed. You can accept that a situation exists and still choose to leave it. You can understand someone's pain and still protect yourself from their behavior. Your progress may be shown by what you no longer accept. A bad day may tempt you to return to what is familiar, even when it is harmful. Loneliness may make you miss people who did not treat you well. Fear may make an old situation appear safer than an uncertain future. Remember why you left, changed, or created the boundary. Do not let temporary discomfort convince you to return permanently to the place that caused it. You can miss someone without needing them back. You can feel lonely without abandoning your self-respect. You can feel uncertain without reversing every wise decision you made. This is another form of progress that a difficult day cannot erase. The feeling may shake your confidence, but it does not change the truth you already learned. Stay close to that truth until the emotion becomes quieter. There will be times when you need to speak to yourself firmly. Compassion is not always soft comfort. Sometimes it says, "I understand that you are hurting, but returning there will hurt you more." Sometimes it says, "Rest today, but do not abandon your life." This kind of firmness protects you without insulting you. You can hold your hand emotionally while still guiding yourself toward responsibility. You can acknowledge the pain and take the next necessary step. Balance is the heart of the middle way. You do not force yourself beyond your limits, and you do not allow every difficult feeling to control your choices. You listen, understand, and respond with wisdom. Some days, wisdom will ask for action. Other days, it will ask for rest. Your task is not to follow one rule every day. It is to become aware enough to recognize what is truly needed. This requires honesty. You may tell yourself that you need rest when you are actually avoiding something uncomfortable, or you may tell yourself that you need discipline when you are truly exhausted. Neither avoidance nor punishment creates balance. Ask yourself gently whether the next step will support your healing or deepen your suffering. The answer may not always be clear, but the question itself creates awareness. You may discover that you need to do one difficult task and then rest. You may need to cancel something unimportant so you can focus on what truly matters. A balanced response does not need to be extreme. Your progress is found in these wiser choices. Every time you stop reacting automatically and choose with awareness, you become freer. Freedom does not mean never having emotional habits. It means those habits no longer control you without your knowledge. A bad day may activate old reactions, but awareness gives you a moment of choice. That moment may be small, but it contains great power. Before sending the message, you can pause. Before insulting yourself, you can change the words. Before giving up, you can choose one smaller goal. These pauses are where your new life is being built. Do not wait for a dramatic transformation before believing that you are changing. Change is happening every time you interrupt an old pattern. The interruption may last only a few seconds at first. Over time, it becomes longer and more natural. Eventually, the response that once required great effort becomes part of who you are. Then another difficult day arrives, and you handle it with more patience than before. You may not even notice how much you have changed, because the new response feels normal. But it was built through every small choice you made on previous bad days. This is why no sincere effort is wasted. Every moment of awareness becomes part of your future strength. Every boundary becomes evidence that you can protect yourself. Every act of self-compassion teaches the mind that pain does not need to become punishment. The results may not appear immediately, but the conditions are changing. Trust the practice, even when the day feels heavy. You do not need to feel inspired to continue building healthier conditions. You can choose a simple routine, a calm response, or a compassionate thought without emotional excitement. Consistency is not doing everything perfectly every day. It is returning after you drift away. You may drift many times. Keep returning. Return to your breathing, your values, your boundaries, and the understanding that this moment will pass. Buddhism is a practice of returning. The mind wanders during meditation, and you gently bring it back. You become attached to a painful story, and you return to what is actually happening. You forget your worth, and you return to compassion. The wandering does not make the practice meaningless. The return is the practice. In the same way, your bad day is not evidence that you have failed. It is another moment in which you are being asked to return. Return without anger. Return without demanding that you should never have wandered. Simply notice and come back. This gentle return is stronger than harsh self-control because it can be repeated without destroying you. You will continue having days when you forget what you know. This is normal. Wisdom does not mean remembering every lesson perfectly during every emotional moment. Sometimes you will need to hear the same truth many times before it becomes natural. There is no shame in needing reminders. The mind has repeated self-criticism for years, so compassion must also be repeated. Tell yourself again that one day does not define your life. Tell yourself again that feelings are impermanent. Tell yourself again that rest does not remove your worth. Repetition creates new understanding. You may become tired of beginning again, but every beginning is different because you bring new awareness with you. You are never returning with exactly the same mind. Even when the situation feels familiar, you have more experience than before. You may now recognize the warning signs sooner. You may understand which thoughts are not trustworthy when you are exhausted. You may know which person to contact or which environment helps you feel calmer. This knowledge is part of your progress. Do not let the emotional intensity of one moment convince you that everything has been lost. Your growth is deeper than today's mood. The mood will change. The lessons you have practiced can remain. You may not feel peaceful, but you know peace is possible because you have experienced it before. You may not feel strong, but you know strength can return because it has returned before. Let past recovery become evidence against present hopelessness. There were days when you believed you would never feel better, yet the feeling changed. There were moments when you thought you could not continue, yet you continued. Your mind may say this time is different, but do not accept that conclusion too quickly. Allow time to reveal what the emotion cannot currently see. You do not need to solve tomorrow tonight. You do not need to decide the meaning of your entire life while your mind is overwhelmed. Reduce the distance you are trying to travel. Focus on the next hour, the next task, or the next breath. Large fears often become more manageable when you return to the present. This is not avoiding reality. It is meeting reality in the only moment where you can actually act. The past cannot be changed in this moment, and the future has not yet arrived. You have this breath, this choice, and this opportunity to stop adding hatred to pain. Use what is available. Perhaps all you can do today is remain safe, rest, and avoid making a decision from a place of intense emotion. That may be enough. Tomorrow can carry tomorrow's responsibilities. You do not have to prove your strength by carrying everything at once. A person crossing a long distance does not take every step at the same time. They take one, then another. Your healing also happens step by step. Some steps will feel powerful, while others will look like standing still. Even standing still can be useful when you are gathering strength or preventing yourself from moving backward. Do not insult the pause. You are not wasting your life every time you stop. You may be protecting your ability to continue. The world often celebrates movement, but rarely understands recovery. It sees action, achievement, and visible progress. It cannot always see the courage involved in resting without guilt or choosing not to react from pain. You must learn to value what the world cannot measure. Your inner peace will sometimes grow through choices that receive no applause. You may choose not to explain yourself, not to chase someone, not to accept another burden, or not to speak while angry. Nothing visible happens, but something important changes inside you. You become less controlled by fear and more guided by awareness. That is real progress. A bad day cannot erase this deeper transformation. It may temporarily cover it, but it cannot remove what you have practiced. The knowledge remains within you, waiting until you are calm enough to access it again. Be patient during the distance between knowing and feeling. You may know you are worthy while not feeling worthy. You may understand that the day is temporary while still feeling hopeless. The feeling does not cancel the understanding. Continue repeating the truth gently until your emotions begin catching up. Do not force belief. Allow it to grow. You can say, "I do not feel hopeful right now, but I know feelings can change." This is honest. You are not pretending to be positive, but you are also not treating despair as permanent. Hope does not always feel like excitement. Sometimes hope is simply refusing to make a final judgment. It is leaving the door open for change. On your most difficult days, leave that door open. Do not say that nothing will ever improve. Say that you cannot currently see how it will improve. There is a great difference. Your present vision is limited by your emotional state. You do not need to trust every conclusion created from inside that limitation. Wait until the fog becomes lighter. You may see possibilities that were invisible before. This is why patience is an act of wisdom. It prevents temporary pain from creating permanent decisions. Many harmful choices are made because a person believes the current feeling will last forever. They try to escape the feeling immediately, even if the escape creates greater suffering later. Buddhism teaches you to remain present long enough to recognize impermanence. The emotion rises, reaches its strongest point, and eventually changes. You do not need to obey every demand it makes while it is rising. You can wait. Waiting does not mean doing nothing. You can breathe, rest, seek support, and create distance from anything that makes the emotion more intense. You can protect yourself until clarity returns. This is an expression of strength. Real strength is not feeling powerful in every moment. It is remembering not to destroy your future during a moment when you feel powerless. It is protecting tomorrow's possibilities from today's despair. A bad day may tell you that there is no point, but you do not need to agree. You can say, "I will not decide that today." This simple sentence can protect you from many unnecessary choices. Give yourself permission to postpone judgment. You do not need to decide whether you are successful, lovable, strong, or worthy while your mind is hurting. Those questions do not require an answer today. Care for the pain first. When the mind becomes calmer, you will often see that the judgment was harsher than reality. You may realize that you were tired, not incapable, disappointed, not hopeless, lonely, not unlovable. The emotion used permanent language for a temporary condition. Awareness helps you correct that language. Say, I am having a difficult day, rather than, my life is terrible. Say, I feel disconnected, rather than, no one cares about me. Say, I made a poor choice, rather than, I ruin everything. These words are not small. They change the way the mind understands the experience. One form of language traps you, the other leaves room for movement. Buddhism teaches right speech, and right speech also matters within your own mind. The words you direct toward yourself create either more suffering or greater understanding. Choose words that are true without being cruel. You do not need false praise, you need accurate compassion. Accurate compassion says that the day is difficult, but not permanent. It says you made a mistake, but you can learn. It says your energy is low, but your worth remains. This kind of language supports reality instead of fear. Practice it until it becomes familiar. The next time an old thought says that you have lost all your progress, answer it with evidence. Remember one situation you now handle differently. Remember one boundary you once could not create. Remember one moment when you chose kindness instead of self-hatred. You do not need to prove that you are completely healed. You only need to recognize that you are not unchanged. Even one wiser response is evidence of growth. Collect these pieces of evidence, especially during good days, so you can remember them during difficult ones. Write them down if necessary. Keep a simple record of what you have survived, learned, and changed. The mind is often better at remembering failures than progress. You may need to intentionally remind it. This is not ego. It is balance. You are correcting the mind's habit of seeing only what remains imperfect. There will always be something to improve, but there is also something to honor. You can remain humble while recognizing your growth. You can say, I still struggle with this, but I respond with more awareness than before. Both parts can be true. Buddhism does not ask you to create a perfect image of yourself. It asks you to see clearly. Clear seeing includes your mistakes and your effort, your pain and your courage, your slow days and your progress. Do not select only the darkest evidence. Your life contains more than the feeling you are experiencing now. A bad day is one page, not the entire story. You may not like the page, but you do not need to tear up the whole book because of it. Let the page exist. Learn what it contains. Then continue writing. Tomorrow may not immediately become easy, but it will offer new conditions, new choices, and another chance to practice. That is enough reason not to give up on yourself today. You have already survived every previous difficult day. Some left lessons, some left scars, and some simply passed without explanation. But all of them changed. This one will also change. You may not know when or how, but impermanence is already working. Your body is processing, your mind is moving, and conditions are shifting even while the day feels still. Trust that movement. Rest inside the knowledge that no emotional state can remain exactly the same forever. When strength returns, do not shame the version of you who needed rest. Thank that version for continuing. Recognize that they carried you through a moment when hope was difficult to feel. The person you are on bad days also deserves respect. They may move slowly, cry, question everything, and need help, but they are still part of your journey. Do not love only the version of yourself who succeeds. Love the one who continues quietly, the one who feels lost but does not completely give up, and the one who chooses one more breath when the day feels too heavy. This is the person building your deepest strength. A bad day does not erase your progress, because progress is not measured by never struggling. It is measured by how often you return to awareness, compassion, and wise action after struggle appears. You may return slowly, you may need support, you may forget the lesson many times. Keep returning. Every return matters. You are not back at the beginning. You are standing in a familiar place with greater understanding. You may feel the same emotion, but you carry new tools, new memories, and new possibilities. Use them gently. Do not demand that you immediately become powerful. Begin with one compassionate thought, one honest breath, and one small decision that protects your peace. Let that be enough for now. The day may remain difficult, but it does not need to become a judgment about your life. It does not need to erase your confidence, identity, or hope. It is a temporary condition moving through a changing human life. Allow it to pass without helping it destroy you. When your mind says that you have lost everything, remind it that your wisdom is still here. Your past effort is still here. Your ability to begin again is still here. You may not feel these things strongly, but they have not disappeared. Stay patient until you can feel them again. You are still growing on the days when growth feels invisible. You are still healing on the days when old pain returns. You are still worthy on the days when you accomplish very little. Nothing valuable within you disappears simply because today became difficult. Do not hate yourself for needing time. Do not punish yourself for moving slowly. Let this day be a pause, a lesson, or simply a difficult moment. Then, when you are ready, begin again with the understanding that you have not lost your journey. You are still on it, still learning, still changing, and still becoming someone who knows how to remain kind to themselves through every season of life. 9. Do not make permanent decisions. From a temporary emotional state. A difficult day can make temporary pain feel permanent. When your mind is exhausted, disappointed, lonely, or overwhelmed, it becomes harder to see life clearly. Problems appear larger than they truly are. Your future looks darker than it may actually be, and every small setback feels like proof that nothing will improve. In that emotional state, you may feel tempted to make a serious decision simply because you want immediate relief from what you are feeling. You may decide to give up on a goal you have worked toward for months because one day did not go well. You may end a meaningful relationship because one painful conversation made you believe everything is broken. You may return to someone who repeatedly hurt you because loneliness suddenly feels unbearable. You may quit a job, abandon a healthy routine, send an angry message, or say something cruel because the emotion feels too powerful to hold. The problem is not that your feelings are false. Your sadness, anger, fear, and exhaustion are real experiences. The problem is that intense emotions can temporarily change the way you understand reality. They can make one moment feel like the complete truth about your entire life. Buddhism teaches that the mind is always changing. Thoughts arise because of different causes and conditions, and when those conditions change, the thoughts often change as well. A conclusion that feels completely true at night may feel very different after rest, silence, and a new morning. This is why wisdom often begins with learning not to obey every thought immediately. When a painful thought appears, you do not have to fight it or pretend it is not there. You can simply recognize that the mind is speaking from inside a difficult emotional state. You may say, "This is what I feel right now, but I do not need to turn this feeling into a final decision." This small pause can protect you from creating a much larger problem. Imagine standing beside a river during a storm. The water becomes dark, fast, and filled with dirt from the ground. If you looked only at that moment, you might believe the river had permanently lost its clarity. But when the storm passes and the water becomes still, the dirt slowly settles and the river becomes clear again. Your mind can behave in the same way. During anger, fear, or sadness, your thoughts become disturbed. You may still see parts of reality, but everything is mixed with pain, memory, expectation, and fear. If you act immediately, you may act from confusion rather than wisdom. Waiting allows the emotional dirt to settle. This does not mean ignoring serious problems or delaying necessary action forever. Some situations require protection, boundaries, or immediate help, but many emotional decisions do not need to be made at the strongest point of the feeling. You can create space between the emotion and the action. When you are angry, you can wait before sending the message. When you feel rejected, you can wait before begging someone to stay. When you feel exhausted, you can wait before deciding that your dream is impossible. When you feel lonely, you can wait before returning to a relationship that once destroyed your peace. The emotion may demand immediate action because it wants relief. Anger wants to speak, fear wants to escape, loneliness wants connection, and shame wants to hide. These reactions are natural, but they are not always wise. Buddhist mindfulness teaches you to observe the urge without immediately following it. You notice what the emotion wants you to do, but you also ask what the action may create afterward. Will it reduce suffering, or will it simply move the suffering into tomorrow? An angry message may offer relief for a few minutes, but it can create regret that lasts much longer. Returning to an unhealthy person may remove loneliness for one evening, but it can bring back the same pain you worked hard to escape. Giving up on a goal may reduce pressure today, but it may leave you wondering what could have happened if you had simply rested and continued later. Temporary relief is not always the same as lasting peace. This is one of the most important lessons to remember on bad days. Your mind may search for anything that promises immediate comfort, even when that comfort has a hidden cost. You may overeat, overspend, isolate yourself, contact the wrong person, avoid responsibility, or destroy something meaningful because you want the painful feeling to stop. The action may distract you for a while, but when the emotion becomes quieter, the consequences remain. Buddhism encourages you to look beyond the immediate desire. Ask whether the choice comes from wisdom or from the wish to escape discomfort. Ask whether your future self will feel protected by the decision or burdened by it. You do not need perfect clarity to pause. You only need enough awareness to recognize that you are not currently seeing everything. Sometimes the strongest sentence you can say is, "I will not decide this today." This sentence does not mean you are avoiding reality. It means you respect the importance of the decision enough not to make it while your mind is overwhelmed. There are days when your thoughts become unusually cruel. You may believe that nobody cares, that you have ruined everything, or that you will never become the person you hope to be. These thoughts can feel convincing because they are connected to strong emotions, but an emotion can create a believable story without creating an accurate one. Sadness remembers every disappointment and forgets every moment of hope. Anxiety imagines every possible danger and ignores the many times things turned out better than expected. Shame collects every mistake and removes every piece of evidence that you have learned, changed, or tried. This is why the mind should not always be treated as a reliable judge during emotional exhaustion. You can listen to the thought without accepting its final conclusion. You can say, "My mind is telling me that nothing will improve because I feel hopeless right now." This language separates the feeling from reality. You are not denying the hopelessness. You are refusing to make it the ruler of your future. There may be times when you feel the urge to completely rebuild your life in one night. You decide you need a new career, new relationship, new city, new appearance, new routine, or new personality because the current version of your life suddenly feels unbearable. Change can be healthy, but change made only to escape an emotion often carries the same emotion into the new situation. You may leave one place and discover that the same anxiety followed you. You may begin a new relationship and repeat the same attachment patterns. You may create a strict routine and still feel empty because the deeper problem was never understood. Before changing everything around you, pause long enough to understand what is happening within you. Perhaps your life truly needs a major change, but a wise change is different from an emotional escape. Wisdom looks carefully at the pattern, considers the consequences, and chooses a direction that supports long-term peace. Emotional escape says, "I need to get away from this feeling immediately." Wisdom says, "I need to understand what this feeling is revealing before I decide what should change." The bad day may be showing you that your routine is unhealthy, your relationship is unbalanced, or your work is slowly exhausting you. This information matters, but you do not need to respond by destroying everything at once. You can write down what you are feeling, observe whether the same problem continues, and make a thoughtful plan when your mind becomes calmer. A difficult emotion can reveal the truth while still exaggerating the solution. For example, anger may correctly show that someone crossed a boundary, but anger may demand revenge when a calm boundary would be wiser. Exhaustion may correctly show that your workload is unhealthy, but exhaustion may tell you to abandon every responsibility when reducing the burden would be enough. Loneliness may correctly show that you need connection, but loneliness may push you towards someone who is available rather than someone who is safe. The emotion contains information, but it does not always contain the best instructions. Buddhist awareness helps you listen to the message without blindly obeying the command. You can ask what the emotion is protecting, what need is underneath it, and what response would create less suffering. Perhaps beneath anger is a need for respect. Beneath jealousy may be a fear that you are falling behind. Beneath exhaustion may be a need for rest and support. Beneath the desire to return to someone may be a need to feel chosen. When you understand the deeper need, you can respond more wisely. You may realize that you do not need that particular person. You need connection. You do not need to destroy your career. You need healthier boundaries. You do not need to criticize your entire life. You need one day of rest and a more realistic routine. Understanding makes the response more accurate. A bad day can also make you forget why you made certain decisions in the past. You may have left a harmful relationship after months of pain, but one lonely evening makes you remember only the good moments. You may have set a boundary because someone repeatedly disrespected you, but guilt makes you question whether you were too harsh. The mind often becomes selective when it wants relief. It removes the painful evidence and presents a softer version of the past. This does not mean the good memories were false. It means they were not the whole truth. You can miss someone and still remember why distance was necessary. You can feel guilty about a boundary and still understand that the boundary protected you. You can love a person and still decide that returning would recreate the same suffering. Emotions do not always cancel wisdom. When loneliness appears, do not automatically treat it as a sign that you made the wrong decision. Sometimes loneliness is simply part of leaving what was familiar. The mind may prefer familiar pain to unfamiliar peace, because familiar pain feels predictable. Returning can feel comforting at first, because you know the pattern, but the same pattern often produces the same result. Give yourself time to adjust to the new space. Loneliness may be temporary, while returning to harm may create another long cycle of suffering. The same lesson applies to habits. Perhaps you stopped a behavior that gave quick comfort but harmed you over time. During a bad day, the old habit may suddenly appear attractive again. You may think one return will not matter, but the deeper question is what you are teaching yourself. Are you teaching your mind that discomfort must always be escaped immediately, or are you teaching it that difficult feelings can be survived without returning to harmful patterns? Every pause strengthens your ability to remain present. You do not have to become perfectly disciplined. You only need to delay the reaction long enough to choose more clearly. Sometimes 10 minutes can change a decision. Sometimes a walk, a meal, a shower, or one night of sleep can create enough distance from the emotion. This is why taking care of the body matters. Hunger, exhaustion, lack of sleep, and physical stress can make emotional pain feel much stronger. You may believe your entire life is falling apart when your body is simply depleted. Before making a serious judgment, return to basic care. Eat something nourishing, drink water, step away from the screen, breathe slowly, and allow your body to rest. These actions do not solve every problem, but they can reduce the intensity enough for wisdom to return. A tired mind often speaks in extreme language. It says you always fail, nobody understands you, everything is ruined, and nothing will improve. Rest helps soften these extremes. After sleep, the same problem may still exist, but you may see more than one possible response. You may recognize that the situation is difficult without believing it is hopeless. This is why rest can be part of wise decision-making. Some people feel guilty for delaying a response. They believe they must answer immediately, solve the conflict immediately, or explain themselves before the other person misunderstands them. But urgency is not always truth. Sometimes urgency is anxiety demanding control. You are allowed to say that you need time to think. You are allowed to leave a conversation before anger turns it into cruelty. You are allowed to return when you can speak more clearly. A thoughtful pause is not disrespect. It is often more respectful than reacting in a way that causes harm. Buddhism teaches right speech, which includes speaking truthfully, kindly, and at the appropriate time. Even a true statement can become harmful when spoken during intense anger. You may reveal something personal only to wound another person, or use honesty as a weapon. Waiting does not make the truth less important. It helps you deliver it without unnecessary cruelty. There is also wisdom in not answering every thought. Your mind may ask why you are not good enough, why people always leave, or why life is unfair. These questions may not be sincere attempts to understand. They may be emotional traps designed to keep you inside pain. You do not need to solve them while you are overwhelmed. You can return to a simpler question: what do I need in this moment to avoid making the pain worse? Perhaps you need distance from your phone. Perhaps you need to stop looking at another person's life. Maybe you need to leave the room, breathe, or tell someone that you are struggling. The next wise action may be very small. Do not demand that one decision repair your entire life. When emotions are intense, reduce the size of the decision. Focus on the next hour instead of the next year. You may not know whether you should leave your job, but you can decide not to send an angry resignation message tonight. You may not know whether the relationship can be repaired, but you can decide not to say something cruel during the argument. You may not know exactly how to rebuild your confidence, but you can decide not to use one difficult day as proof that you are worthless. Small protective decisions create space for larger wise decisions later. Your future does not require an answer to every question tonight. The desire for immediate certainty often comes from fear. You want to know whether the relationship will last, whether the goal will succeed, or whether the pain will end. When no answer appears, the mind may choose the worst conclusion, because even a painful certainty feels easier than uncertainty. Buddhism teaches that uncertainty is part of life. You cannot control every result, and trying to force certainty can create greater suffering. You may have to remain inside not knowing for a while. This can feel uncomfortable, but it is still safer than making a harmful decision simply to escape the discomfort. You can say, I do not know what will happen, but I do not need to create an answer from fear. This sentence leaves space for life to unfold. Sometimes people destroy good things because they are afraid those things will eventually disappear. They leave before they can be left, reject before they can be rejected, or stop trying before they can fail. They believe they are protecting themselves, but they are often allowing fear to create the very loss they wanted to avoid. A bad day can awaken these old protective habits. You may interpret silence as rejection, a small mistake as proof of failure, or temporary distance as the end of love. Before reacting, ask what is actually happening and what your fear is imagining. The difference can save relationships, opportunities, and years of regret. Not every delay is rejection. Not every disagreement is the end. Not every mistake means you are incapable. Emotional pain may turn uncertainty into a negative conclusion, but you can wait for more information. Wise patience does not mean ignoring warning signs. It means separating evidence from imagination. If someone repeatedly disrespects you, The pattern matters. If a situation consistently harms your health, the pattern matters. But one moment should be understood within the larger picture. Do not allow one difficult conversation to erase years of care, and do not allow one kind moment to erase years of harm. Look at the pattern, not only the strongest emotion of the day. Patterns reveal truth more clearly than isolated moments. This also applies to your relationship with yourself. One productive day does not mean you must always perform perfectly, and one unproductive day does not mean you have no discipline. Look at the direction of your life. Are you generally trying, learning, and returning after setbacks? Then one slow day does not define you. You may have moments of avoidance while still becoming more responsible. You may feel insecure while still building confidence. Progress and struggle can exist together. Avoid extreme judgments. The mind loves to divide life into success or failure, strength or weakness, healing or brokenness. But real life is more complex. You can be healing and still hurting. You can be strong and still need help. You can love someone and still need distance. Wisdom allows these truths to exist together. When you stop demanding a simple answer during a complicated emotional moment, you give yourself room to understand more deeply. Perhaps you are not completely ready to leave, but you know the current situation cannot continue unchanged. Perhaps you are not ready to forgive, but you no longer want anger to control your life. You do not need to force a final decision before you understand your next honest step. Clarity often develops gradually. You may first recognize that something feels wrong. Later, you understand why. After more time, you become ready to act. Do not shame yourself for needing time to move through these stages. A rushed decision is not automatically more courageous than a thoughtful one. Sometimes courage is waiting until you can act without betraying yourself. There may be people who pressure you to decide quickly because your uncertainty makes them uncomfortable. They may demand an answer, explanation, or commitment while you are still trying to understand what you feel. You are allowed to protect your thinking space. You can say that you need time and that you will respond when you are calmer. Someone who respects you may not enjoy waiting, but they will understand that an honest answer requires clarity. If someone tries to use pressure, guilt, or fear to force an immediate choice, the pressure itself gives you important information. Healthy decisions do not need emotional manipulation. Your bad day should not become another person's opportunity to control you. When you are vulnerable, you may be more likely to agree to something simply because you want the discomfort to end. Pause before accepting promises, giving money, returning to a relationship, or making a commitment you are not ready to make. Emotional exhaustion can weaken your boundaries. You do not need to explain why you are waiting. A simple pause is enough. Buddhism teaches that attachment creates suffering, and one form of attachment is the demand for immediate resolution. You want the conflict solved now, the answer known now, and the pain removed now. But some things require patience. A wound needs time to close. Trust needs time to return. The mind needs time to understand what happened. Forcing a quick answer may create the appearance of peace, while the deeper problem remains. You may apologize too quickly because you want the tension to stop, even when you are not the only person responsible. You may forgive before you have processed the pain, or agree that everything is fine when nothing has changed. This is not true peace. It is temporary silence. Real peace is not created by avoiding discomfort. It is created by understanding and responding wisely. There are also moments when the wise decision is already clear, but fear makes you delay. In those situations, waiting should not become another form of avoidance. The goal is not to postpone every difficult action. The goal is to avoid making decisions from the strongest point of emotional confusion. Once clarity returns, courage may be required. You may know that a boundary must be enforced, a harmful situation must end, or a responsibility must be faced. Compassion does not mean protecting yourself from every discomfort. It means choosing the discomfort that leads toward freedom instead of the relief that creates more suffering. Leaving an unhealthy relationship may hurt now, but protect your future. Having an honest conversation may feel uncomfortable, but prevent resentment from growing. Facing a neglected responsibility may create temporary stress, but restore self-respect. Wisdom looks beyond immediate feeling. Ask whether the pain belongs to growth or destruction. Some pain comes from healing, like releasing an attachment or facing truth. Other pain comes from repeating the same harmful pattern. The body may feel uncomfortable in both situations, but the direction is different. This is where your values become important. When emotion is confusing, return to the kind of person you want to be. Do you want to respond with honesty, patience, courage, compassion, or self-respect? Your values can guide you when your mood cannot. You may not feel confident, but you can still act with honesty. You may not feel calm, but you can choose not to become cruel. You may not feel hopeful, but you can avoid making a decision that destroys tomorrow's possibilities. Values remain available even when emotions change. Buddhist practice does not require you to wait until you feel perfect before living wisely. You practice wisdom inside imperfection. You breathe while angry, speak carefully while hurt, and delay a decision while confused. These moments are not interruptions to the practice, they are the practice. Anyone can make a calm decision when the mind is peaceful. The deeper growth appears when the mind is disturbed, and you still create a small space before acting. Every pause strengthens this ability. At first, you may only recognize the mistake after it happens. You send the message, make the decision, and later realize that emotion was controlling you. Do not use this awareness to attack yourself. Recognition after the action is still progress. It helps you understand the pattern and prepare for the next moment. Later, you may recognize the emotion while you are reacting. Eventually, you may notice it before the reaction begins. Growth often happens in these stages. Be patient with yourself while learning. You may create a personal rule for difficult days. No serious decisions while extremely tired, angry, lonely, or emotionally overwhelmed. This rule does not remove your freedom. It protects your freedom from temporary emotional control. You can write the concern down and return to it later. If the decision still feels right after rest and reflection, you can act with greater confidence. A true need for change usually remains visible after the strongest emotion passes. An impulsive desire may lose much of its power. Time reveals the difference. You can also speak to someone trustworthy who is not controlled by the same emotion. They may help you notice what you cannot currently see. Choose someone who respects your values rather than someone who simply tells you what you want to hear. Wise support does not control your decision. It helps you see more clearly. Sometimes saying the situation aloud reveals how extreme your thoughts have become. You hear yourself say that one mistake means everything is ruined, and you begin recognizing that the conclusion is not balanced. Connection can bring perspective. However, do not ask too many people until your own voice disappears. Different opinions can create more confusion. Listen, reflect, and then return to your own awareness. The decision belongs to you, and you must live with its direction. Buddhism encourages self-reliance rooted in wisdom, not isolation rooted in fear. You can receive guidance without surrendering responsibility. A bad day may also create a desire to punish other people. You feel hurt, so you want them to feel the same pain. You ignore them, withdraw affection, reveal something private, or say words designed to wound. For a moment, this may feel powerful, but cruelty rarely creates the understanding you actually want. It often begins another cycle in which both people react from pain. Pause before using silence, distance, or words as weapons. A boundary is different from punishment. A boundary protects your well-being, while punishment tries to control another person through suffering. You may need distance, but let the distance come from clarity rather than revenge. You can say that you need space without disappearing to make someone anxious. You can end a conversation without insulting the other person. You can protect yourself without becoming the kind of pain you are trying to escape. This is emotional strength. The same principle applies to self-punishment. After making a mistake, you may feel the urge to destroy your own progress. You stop caring for yourself, abandon your routines, or believe you no longer deserve good things. This is another permanent reaction to a temporary emotional state. One mistake does not require a larger collapse. You can repair what happened without turning against your entire life. Apologize, learn, adjust the pattern, and return to your values. Self-destruction does not prove responsibility. A calm correction is often more meaningful than dramatic punishment. When you feel ashamed, your mind may tell you to hide. You avoid people, responsibilities, and opportunities because you believe everyone can see your failure. But shame exaggerates how much other people are focused on you. Most people are carrying their own concerns. Even when someone notices your mistake, their opinion does not become your permanent identity. Do not make yourself invisible because of one painful moment. Allow yourself to return. You may have spoken badly, failed publicly, or acted in a way you regret. Face what happened honestly, but do not decide that your future must be limited by it. Growth requires the willingness to be seen as imperfect. You cannot build a meaningful life while trying to avoid every possibility of embarrassment. A bad day may make you want to disappear, but your life is larger than the emotion asking you to hide. Take one small step back into connection, answer the message, return to the task, or speak honestly about what happened. The mind may predict rejection, but reality may offer understanding. Do not make the decision for everyone before giving them the chance to respond. There are also moments when people will misunderstand you. You may explain yourself calmly and still not receive the response you hoped for. This can be painful, but it does not mean the decision to speak was wrong. You cannot control every outcome. You can only control whether you respond in a way that respects your values. Wisdom does not guarantee that every situation ends comfortably. It helps you avoid adding unnecessary regret. You may still feel sad after making the right decision. You may still miss the person you needed to leave. You may still doubt yourself after protecting a boundary. A wise decision does not always create immediate emotional relief. Sometimes the emotion needs time to understand what wisdom already knows. Do not reverse a healthy decision simply because it hurts. Pain does not automatically mean you chose wrongly. Some endings hurt because they mattered, even when they were necessary. You can grieve and still continue. This is why you must look at long-term direction rather than immediate comfort. A bad day may make the old path look attractive, but remember where that path led before. The new path may feel lonely or uncertain because it is unfamiliar, not because it is wrong. Give yourself time to grow into it. Every healthy change contains an uncomfortable beginning. The mind may resist because it prefers familiarity. Be patient without becoming careless. You can feel afraid and still protect the decision that supports your future. When your emotion becomes quieter, review the situation honestly. Ask whether your earlier thoughts were based on evidence, fear, exhaustion, or attachment. Do not shame yourself for what the mind created. Learn from it. Perhaps you notice that loneliness makes you idealize people who were harmful. Perhaps anger makes you assume the worst about everyone. Perhaps exhaustion makes you believe every goal is impossible. This awareness helps you prepare. The next time the pattern returns, you can recognize it sooner. You can say, "I know my mind speaks this way when I am tired, so I will not treat these thoughts as final." You become less controlled by the pattern because it is no longer invisible. This is how Buddhist awareness creates freedom. Freedom does not mean painful thoughts never appear. It means you stop giving every thought the power to shape your future. The mind can speak, and you can listen without obedience. The feeling can rise, and you can hold it without turning it into action. This ability may protect years of your life. Many people spend years repairing decisions made during a few minutes of anger, fear, loneliness, or despair. A pause may feel small, but it can prevent suffering that reaches far beyond the present moment. Respect the pause. You do not need to answer immediately. You do not need to prove anything tonight. You do not need to escape every uncomfortable feeling. Let the emotion exist without allowing it to control the next chapter. Sit with it, breathe through it, and remind yourself that the mind is not always clear during a storm. The storm will not last forever. When clarity returns, you may still decide to make a change. You may leave, speak, apologize, begin again, or choose a different direction. But the decision will come from understanding rather than panic. That difference matters. A decision made from wisdom may still be difficult, but it carries less regret. You know why you chose it, what value it protects, and what future it supports. A decision made only to escape emotion often leaves confusion behind. Do not rush yourself into an answer simply because uncertainty is uncomfortable. You are allowed to wait until your mind becomes steady enough to hear the truth beneath the fear. On your difficult days, make fewer judgments and offer yourself more protection. Reduce the pressure, delay what can wait, and focus on actions that do not create additional harm. Eat, rest, breathe, move, and speak to someone safe. These simple actions create conditions for clearer thinking. You do not need to transform your entire life before sleeping. You need to carry yourself through the emotional wave without allowing it to destroy what still matters. Tomorrow can hold more information. The person you will be tomorrow may see possibilities that are invisible to you today. Leave room for that person. Do not close every door because the room feels dark. Do not burn the bridge because you are angry, and do not return to the fire because you are cold. Wait long enough to understand what truly protects your peace. This is not weakness, indecision, or fear. It is the patience to let wisdom arrive. The Buddha taught that emotions, thoughts, and conditions are impermanent. The pain that currently feels endless is already changing, even if the change is difficult to notice. Your body is processing, your mind is moving, and the conditions around you will not remain exactly the same. Remember this before creating a permanent consequence from a temporary state. You can feel the emotion without becoming the emotion. You can hear the thought without turning it into truth. You can experience the urge without making it your next action. Every time you do this, you build deeper trust in yourself. You prove that your future is safe in your own hands, even when your present emotions are difficult. The goal is not to become someone who never reacts. The goal is to become someone who notices sooner, pauses longer, and repairs more honestly. There will still be moments when you act too quickly. Learn, apologize, and begin again. Do not turn the mistake into another permanent judgment. The same compassion that helps you pause must also help you recover when you do not. You are still learning how to hold powerful feelings without allowing them to lead your life. This skill grows through practice, not perfection. The next time a bad day tells you to abandon everything, breathe and ask whether the decision can wait. Ask whether your mind needs clarity more than your life needs immediate change. Tell yourself that you are allowed to feel confused without solving everything. Tell yourself that pain can be real without being permanent. Tell yourself that one emotional night does not have the authority to decide your whole future. Protect the dreams, relationships, boundaries, and opportunities that still matter until you can see them clearly again. You may wake up with the same problem, but you may have a calmer mind and a wiser response. That is worth waiting for. Do not punish your future because the present moment became painful. Do not give one difficult feeling more power than all the wisdom you have gathered through your journey. Let the emotion speak, but do not let it become the only voice in the room. Allow patience, experience, self-respect, and compassion to speak as well. When all these voices are heard, the right direction becomes easier to recognize. You are not required to make your greatest decisions on your weakest day. You are allowed to rest, wait, and return when your mind has enough space to understand what your heart is truly asking for. A temporary storm does not need a permanent response. Let the storm pass, let the water settle, and then choose the next step with clarity. 10. Let your bad day pass without turning it into your identity. A difficult day becomes much heavier when you stop seeing it as something you are experiencing and begin seeing it as proof of who you are. You do not simply say, "I feel weak today." You say, "I am a weak person." You do not say, "I am struggling to focus." You decide, "I am lazy and incapable." You do not say, "Something painful happened." You begin believing that your whole life is painful and that nothing will ever become better. In this way, a temporary emotional condition slowly becomes an identity. This is one of the most dangerous habits of the mind. It takes a passing experience and turns it into a permanent description of your character. You make one mistake and call yourself a failure. You lose motivation for one day and decide you have no discipline. Someone leaves you and you believe you are unlovable. A plan does not work and you begin questioning every decision you have ever made. Buddhism teaches you to observe your experience without becoming trapped inside it. You can recognize that sadness is present without saying that sadness is who you are. You can notice fear without allowing fear to become your entire personality. You can accept that today feels difficult without concluding that your life will always feel this way. There is a great difference between saying, "I am sad," and saying, "Sadness is present in me right now." The first sentence can make the emotion feel like your identity. The second sentence reminds you that the emotion is something moving through your awareness. It is present, but it is not the full truth of who you are. This may sound like a small change in language, but it creates an important space between you and the feeling. Inside that space, you can breathe, observe, and choose how to respond. Without that space, the emotion seems to become everything. You forget that you have felt differently before, and you cannot imagine feeling differently again. A person standing inside heavy rain may feel as if the whole world has become water. They may forget that somewhere beyond the clouds, the sky remains clear. But the storm does not become the entire sky simply because it is the only thing visible in that moment. In the same way, your bad day does not become your entire life simply because it is the only thing you can currently feel. Your emotions are real, but they are not always complete. Sadness can make you forget the people who care about you. Anxiety can make you ignore every possible positive outcome. Shame can make one mistake appear greater than every good thing you have ever done. Exhaustion can make every responsibility feel impossible. The emotional state narrows your vision. It does not always lie completely, but it often removes important parts of the truth. You may genuinely be tired, but that does not mean you are permanently lazy. You may genuinely feel lonely, but that does not mean no one will ever understand you. You may genuinely regret a decision, but that does not mean you are incapable of making a better one next time. Buddhist mindfulness teaches you to see the emotion clearly without adding a larger identity around it. You notice what is present, but you do not build a permanent home for it. You allow the feeling to arrive, stay for a while, and leave when its conditions change. The problem begins when you keep feeding the feeling with the same story. You feel sad and begin remembering every painful event from your past. You feel rejected and search for evidence that people always leave you. You feel tired and think about every time you failed to complete something. The mind gathers old memories that match the current emotion. Soon, one difficult moment becomes connected to years of pain, and the present day feels much larger than it actually is. This is why awareness must include the stories you repeat. Ask whether your mind is describing what is happening now or using the present emotion to judge your entire life. Are you responding to today, or are you collecting every painful memory and placing it on top of today? You do not need to solve your entire history every time you have a bad morning. Sometimes, you need to let one difficult day remain one difficult day. You may have slept poorly, received upsetting news, experienced conflict, or simply reached the limit of your energy. These things matter, but they do not need to become a final statement about your worth, future, or character. When you make a bad day part of your identity, you begin acting according to that identity. If you call yourself lazy, you may stop trying because you believe effort cannot change who you are. If you call yourself unlovable, you may accept poor treatment because you believe nothing better is possible. If you decide that you always fail, you may abandon opportunities before giving yourself the chance to succeed. The identity becomes a cage, and your behavior begins proving the painful story you created. This is why language matters. The words you use internally can either leave room for change or close the door completely. Saying, "I failed at this task," leaves room to learn and try again. Saying, "I am a failure," turns one result into your whole identity. Saying, "I am having difficulty trusting people," allows you to understand and heal the fear. Saying, "I cannot trust anyone," makes isolation feel permanent and necessary. Buddhism teaches that the self is not a fixed object. You are always changing according to your awareness, habits, actions, relationships, and conditions. The person you were 5 years ago is not exactly the person you are today, and the person you are today will continue changing. This means no painful label can fully describe you. Even a label that once felt true does not have to remain true forever. You may have been fearful, reactive, dependent, or lost at an earlier time in your life, but awareness gives you the ability to choose a different response now. You are not required to continue performing the identity created by your past pain. Sometimes people around you may also try to keep you inside an old identity. They remember the mistakes you made, the weakness you showed, or the version of you they could control. When you begin changing, they may remind you of your past, because your growth makes the relationship unfamiliar. They may say that you have always been too emotional, too quiet, too dependent, or too afraid. If you accept these descriptions without question, you may begin doubting the changes you have worked hard to create. But another person's memory of you does not become your permanent identity. People often remember the version of you that made sense to them. They may not see the internal work, difficult choices, or private healing that has happened since then. You do not need everyone to understand your growth before it becomes real. You can allow people to hold an outdated image while continuing to live according to your present awareness. Growth does not require permission from the people who became comfortable with your old limitations. A bad day may make those old labels feel true again. You may react emotionally and think, "They were right. I have not changed at all." But one familiar reaction does not erase your growth. You may still fall into an old habit, but perhaps you notice it sooner. Maybe you apologize instead of defending yourself. Perhaps you understand the trigger and choose to repair the situation. These changes matter. Progress does not mean the old version of you never appears. It means that version no longer controls your life without awareness. Imagine cleaning a room that has been neglected for years. You may make great progress, but dust can still appear. The return of dust does not mean the entire cleaning was meaningless. It simply means care must continue. Your mind is similar. Old thoughts may return because they have been repeated many times. A difficult day may make them louder, but they do not become truth simply because they are familiar. Familiarity can feel like truth. A thought you have repeated for years may seem accurate only because you have heard it so often. You may have told yourself that you are not intelligent, attractive, capable, or worthy. Each repetition strengthened the thought until it began sounding like a fact. Mindfulness helps you question what has become automatic. Ask where the belief began. Did it come from one painful experience, one critical person, or one period when you did not have the support you needed? Perhaps someone called you lazy when you were actually overwhelmed. Maybe someone made you feel difficult because you had needs they did not want to respect. Perhaps a failure made you believe you were incapable, even though you were inexperienced and still learning. A label often hides the conditions that created the behavior. When you understand the conditions, the identity begins to loosen. You realize you were not simply weak, you were afraid and unsupported. You were not always careless. You may have been mentally exhausted. You were not impossible to love. You were asking for care from someone who could not or would not provide it. This understanding should not become an excuse for every action. It should become a doorway to wiser change. You can acknowledge the reason without denying responsibility. If fear made you hurt someone, you can apologize and learn how to manage fear differently. If exhaustion made you neglect an important responsibility, you can repair the situation and create a more realistic routine. You do not have to choose between compassion and honesty. You can understand yourself clearly while still making better choices. A fixed identity says change is impossible. Awareness says causes can be understood and conditions can be changed. If you repeatedly react badly when exhausted, better rest may support a wiser response. If you become dependent when lonely, stronger connection and self-respect may help you choose healthier relationships. When you stop saying, "This is simply who I am," you begin asking, "What conditions keep creating this pattern?" That question returns power to you. A difficult day often makes you forget how many different versions of yourself already exist. You are not only the person who feels weak today, you are also the person who survived earlier pain, helped someone when they were struggling, made a courageous decision, and continued after disappointment. You have been calm and anxious, hopeful and discouraged, productive and exhausted. None of these temporary states alone can describe you completely. The mind often chooses the darkest state and calls it the most honest one. When you are sad, you may think your happiness was fake. When you are afraid, you may believe your confidence was an act. When you feel unmotivated, you may decide that your earlier discipline was temporary and meaningless. But why should the painful version automatically be considered more truthful than the peaceful version? Both are conditions that arise and change. Your calm moments were real. Your joyful moments were real. Your courage was real, even if fear has returned. The existence of a bad day does not prove that your good days were false. You are complex enough to experience opposite emotions without one cancelling the other. You can love your life and still feel tired of it for one day. You can care about your goals and still lose motivation. You can be grateful and sad at the same time. You can be healing and still have wounds that hurt. Wisdom allows these experiences to exist together without forcing one identity. Many people punish themselves because they expect emotional consistency. They believe a positive person should never feel hopeless, a disciplined person should never become unproductive, and a strong person should never need support. These expectations are not realistic. Human life changes from hour to hour. Your emotional state depends on many conditions, and not every condition is under your control. Buddhism does not ask you to become permanently happy. It teaches you not to cling to happiness when it comes, and not to collapse when happiness leaves. You enjoy the good day without demanding that it last forever. You endure the difficult day without believing that it will last forever. This balanced understanding protects you from both attachment and hopelessness. When you have a good day, you do not need to turn it into pressure. You may think, "I must feel this way tomorrow too," and then become anxious about losing it. This attachment can prevent you from fully enjoying the present. When you have a bad day, you may think, I must fix this immediately and create more suffering through resistance. Both reactions come from refusing to accept change. Let the good day be good, and let the bad day pass. You do not need to hold either condition tightly. A cloud does not remain in one shape. It stretches, separates, disappears, and becomes something new. Your emotional life is also moving, even when it feels still. The thought that says, "This is who I am now," cannot see the change already happening beneath the surface. Your body is processing, your mind is responding, and the circumstances around you are shifting. The emotion may not change as quickly as you want, but it cannot remain exactly the same forever. Do not build a permanent identity around something that is already changing. You may wake up tomorrow still feeling tired, but perhaps the sadness is lighter. You may still have the same problem, but a new idea appears. You may receive support, understand something differently, or simply have more energy to carry what felt impossible today. Change often begins quietly. This is why patience matters. When you rush to define yourself during pain, you freeze an experience that needs room to move. You may say, "I am broken," when you are in the middle of understanding something difficult. You may say, "I have lost myself," when an old identity is ending and a new one has not yet become clear. Not knowing who you are for a period of time does not mean you have no self. It may mean that the old version no longer fits, and the new direction is still developing. Growth can feel like emptiness before it feels like freedom. You may release a relationship, goal, habit, or belief that once defined you. Without it, you feel uncertain. The mind interprets the uncertainty as failure, but it may actually be space. This space allows you to discover what remains when you stop living only for approval, attachment, productivity, or fear. Do not rush to fill the space with another identity simply because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Allow yourself to learn. You may not need to become someone completely new. You may need to remove the stories that prevented you from seeing who you already were. A bad day can bring those old stories back. It may tell you that you are nothing without the people, achievements, or roles that once gave you value. But Buddhism teaches that clinging to these temporary forms creates suffering. Your role can change without your life becoming meaningless. You may lose a job without losing your intelligence. A relationship may end without removing your ability to love. A failure may change the plan without destroying your potential. You are not the temporary form through which your life is currently expressed. This does not mean your roles are unimportant. They matter, and losing them can create real grief. But they do not contain the whole of you. When one role changes, you may need time to discover how your energy, wisdom, and values can take another form. Do not call the transition an ending before you understand what it may become. There may be days when you feel useless because you cannot give other people what you usually give. Perhaps you are the person who listens, solves problems, works hard, and keeps everyone calm. When you need support, you feel as if you have lost your purpose. This reveals how deeply your identity may be connected to usefulness. You may believe you deserve love only when you are helping, achieving, or remaining emotionally strong. On a bad day, when you cannot perform these roles, your self-worth collapses. But your humanity is not a service you provide. You do not become less valuable because you need care instead of giving it. A friend does not become worthless when they need you. A child does not need to earn comfort before receiving it. Why should your right to kindness disappear when you become tired? Buddhist compassion does not ask whether a suffering person has been productive enough to deserve support. It responds to suffering because suffering is present. Offer yourself the same compassion. You can say, "I cannot be everything for everyone today, but I am still worthy of respect." You can reduce what you give without deciding that you are selfish. Limits do not destroy your identity. They protect your ability to continue. A person who always ignores their limits may appear generous, but eventually their generosity becomes resentment. They continue saying yes while feeling angry that no one notices their exhaustion. If your identity depends on being the person who never refuses, you may feel guilty when you finally create a boundary. The guilt does not mean the boundary is wrong. It may mean the old identity is resisting change. You are learning that being kind does not require constant self-abandonment. You can care without carrying everything. This new identity may feel unfamiliar. You may worry that people will think you have changed, and they may be correct. You are changing from someone who believed love required sacrifice into someone who understands that healthy love includes balance. Not every change is a loss of goodness. Sometimes becoming healthier makes you less convenient to people who benefited from your lack of boundaries. They may call you selfish, distant, or difficult because you are no longer always available. Do not allow their discomfort to force you back into an identity that was hurting you. You can listen to honest feedback without accepting every label. Ask whether your behavior truly lacks compassion or whether you are simply no longer willing to be used. Awareness helps you distinguish between growth and defensiveness. A bad day can make you vulnerable to old approval-seeking habits. You feel uncertain, so you look for someone else to tell you who you are. Their praise temporarily lifts you, while their criticism destroys you. This is another way you turn changing conditions into identity. You allow every opinion to rewrite your worth. One person calls you talented, and you feel powerful. Another ignores you, and you feel invisible. Someone appreciates your kindness, and you believe you matter. Another person takes you for granted, and you begin questioning everything. The mind becomes unstable because identity is placed in hands you cannot control. Buddhism encourages you to observe praise and criticism without becoming attached to either. Praise can feel good, but it is temporary. Criticism can hurt, but it is also limited by the other person's understanding, values, and emotional state. Neither response can fully define you. You can learn from criticism without allowing it to erase your dignity. You can enjoy praise without becoming dependent on it. The deeper question is whether your actions match your values. Were you honest, compassionate, responsible, and aware? If not, what can you learn? If yes, you do not need every person to approve. Your identity becomes steadier when it is guided by values rather than changing opinions. On a bad day, return to those values. You may not feel confident, but you can choose honesty. You may feel angry, but you can avoid cruelty. You may feel exhausted, but you can respect your limits without abandoning every responsibility. You do not have to feel like your best self before acting according to what matters. This is important because feelings often follow action rather than arriving before it. You may wait to feel disciplined before beginning, but sometimes one small responsible action helps discipline return. You may wait to feel worthy before caring for yourself, but self-care can remind you that you are worthy. Choose one action that reflects the person you want to become, even if the emotion has not caught up yet. This does not mean forcing yourself to perform. It means refusing to let a temporary mood decide your entire direction. If you feel hopeless, you may still choose not to speak hopelessly to yourself. If you feel unlovable, you may still choose not to return to someone who treats you poorly. The feeling is allowed to exist, but it is not allowed to become your only guide. Every time you act from values instead of identity-based fear, you weaken the old story. You prove that feeling weak does not require behaving without strength. You prove that feeling rejected does not require begging. You prove that feeling tired does not require hating yourself. This is how a new relationship with yourself is built. The goal is not to replace a negative identity with a perfect positive identity. Saying, "I am always strong," can become another prison because you will feel ashamed whenever strength disappears. Instead, understand that you are capable of many responses. You can be strong and vulnerable, confident and uncertain, active and tired. You do not need one permanent label. Buddhism teaches non-attachment even to positive identities. If you cling to being wise, you may hide your confusion. If you cling to being kind, you may deny your anger. If you cling to being disciplined, you may refuse necessary rest. A positive label can create suffering when you must constantly protect it. Allow yourself to be a changing human being rather than a perfect image. You can value wisdom without pretending you never become confused. You can practice kindness while admitting that anger exists. You can live with discipline while accepting days of reduced energy. This honesty makes growth more stable. A tree does not become ashamed when it loses leaves. It does not say that it has failed to remain green. It responds to the season, protects its energy, and waits. When the conditions change, new growth appears. Your life also contains seasons. There are times of outward growth, when you create, work, connect, and move quickly. There are times of inward growth, when you become quieter, release old beliefs, and rebuild your energy. The inward season may look unproductive from the outside, but it can be deeply important. Do not call yourself lost simply because the next stage is forming beneath the surface. You may feel as if nothing is happening, but your values, desires, and understanding may be changing. You are learning what you no longer want, what you cannot continue tolerating, and what kind of peace matters to you. These discoveries are part of growth. A bad day may slow you enough to notice them. Sometimes constant strength prevents honest reflection. You keep moving because movement allows you to avoid difficult questions. When your energy drops, the questions become louder. You may realize that you have built a life around expectations that do not belong to you. Perhaps you have been trying to prove your worth to people who will never be satisfied. This realization can feel uncomfortable, but it does not mean your life is falling apart. It may mean you are beginning to see more clearly. Do not turn the discomfort of awakening into a negative identity. You are not failing because an old life no longer feels right. You may be outgrowing it. Growth often includes grief, because you must release versions of yourself that once kept you safe. Maybe being quiet protected you from criticism. Being useful helped you receive approval. Pretending to be strong prevented people from seeing how much you needed them. These identities served a purpose, but they may no longer support your peace. You can thank them without continuing to live through them. A bad day may tempt you to return because old identities feel familiar. When uncertain, the mind prefers what it knows, even if it was painful. But familiarity is not the same as truth, and comfort is not always the same as health. You are allowed to remain uncertain while continuing forward. You may not yet know who you are without constant productivity, people-pleasing, or emotional performance. Let the answer develop through experience. You do not need to announce a new identity. Live through small choices, and the direction will become clear. Choose rest without shame, speak honestly, protect your energy, and allow yourself to be imperfect. Over time, these choices become evidence of who you are becoming. Identity grows from repeated action more than dramatic declarations. If you want to become compassionate, practice compassion when you fail. If you want to become courageous, take one honest step while afraid. If you want to become peaceful, stop feeding every conflict inside your mind. You do not need to feel transformed before practicing transformation. A bad day may interrupt your routine, but it can still contain one meaningful action. Perhaps you apologize, breathe before reacting, or refuse to insult yourself. That action may not change the entire day, but it prevents the day from changing your identity in a harmful way. You remind yourself, this is difficult, but I am still capable of choosing. Choice creates movement. Even when your choices are limited, something is usually available. You may not control the situation, but you can control whether you add cruelty. You may not control the emotion, but you can choose not to make a permanent judgment. This is not complete control over life. It is responsibility for your relationship with the moment. There will be times when the day feels too heavy for deep reflection. You do not need to understand every Buddhist teaching while overwhelmed. Return to something simple. Say, "This is a feeling, not my identity." Say, "This moment is present, but it will change." Say, "I do not need to decide who I am today." These reminders can create enough space to breathe. You may repeat them without fully believing them. That is okay. Practice often begins before belief becomes strong. The mind learned self-hatred through repetition, and compassion may also need to be repeated. Over time, a new response becomes familiar. When a bad day arrives, you no longer immediately call yourself a failure. You recognize that you are tired, hurt, or overwhelmed. You address the condition instead of attacking your character. If you are tired, you rest. If you are hurt, you process what happened. If you made a mistake, you repair it. If you are overwhelmed, you reduce the burden. This response is more effective because it deals with the real problem. Calling yourself useless does not create energy. Calling yourself unlovable does not heal rejection. Identity-based attacks add pain without offering a solution. Compassionate awareness asks what is actually needed. Perhaps you need to stop looking at someone else's life. Perhaps you need food, sleep, movement, silence, or honest support. Maybe you need to complete one task so the unfinished responsibility stops creating anxiety. The answer becomes clearer when you stop wasting energy defending yourself against your own cruelty. This is why kindness is not weakness. It allows you to see accurately. A frightened mind hides, exaggerates, and avoids. A mind that feels safe enough can admit the truth and choose a wiser response. When you stop turning every difficulty into an identity, you become more willing to face your problems. You no longer fear that one mistake will prove you are worthless. You can look directly because your dignity is not in constant danger. This makes responsibility easier, not harder. You can say, "I handled that badly," without collapsing. You can ask for help without believing you are weak. You can begin again without feeling that the restart proves failure. The ability to separate behavior from identity creates room for honest growth. There may still be consequences. Compassion does not remove them. You may need to rebuild trust, correct work, or accept that a decision changed something permanently. But consequences do not require lifelong self-hatred. You can experience regret and still respect your capacity to change. Buddhism teaches karma as action and consequence, but it also teaches that new actions create new conditions. You are not permanently trapped by one action when awareness allows a different response. What you choose now matters. You cannot rewrite the past, but you can stop using it as your only definition. Let the lesson become part of your wisdom rather than the foundation of your shame. You may carry a scar, but a scar is not the whole body. It is evidence that something happened and that healing also happened. Your difficult experiences may remain part of your story without becoming the title of your life. You are more than the person who was rejected, betrayed, exhausted, or lost. You are also the person who continued, learned, rebuilt, and became more aware. Do not allow one chapter to name the whole book. A bad day is one chapter, perhaps only one page. It may be painful, confusing, and difficult to read, but the next page has not been written. You do not need to know exactly what it will contain. You only need to avoid ending the story, because one page became dark. Let the day finish. Do not carry every thought into tomorrow as if it were a command. Some thoughts belong to exhaustion and should be allowed to disappear with rest. When you wake, you may still have work to do, but you may no longer see yourself as the problem. The situation can be difficult without your identity becoming damaged. This is a powerful form of freedom. You stop asking, "What is wrong with me?" every time life becomes hard. You begin asking, "What is happening?" and how can I respond wisely? The first question creates shame. The second creates awareness and action. Use the question that helps you heal. When sadness appears, ask what it needs. When anger appears, ask what boundary or wound it reveals. When exhaustion appears, ask what burden can be reduced. Do not immediately ask what the emotion proves about your worth. It proves only that you are human and currently affected by certain conditions. That is enough. You do not have to become proud of every feeling. You only need to stop treating it as a reason for hatred. Some emotions will be uncomfortable, confusing, and difficult to accept. Allow discomfort without creating identity. You can say, "Jealousy is present, and I want to understand it." You do not need to call yourself a bad person. Perhaps jealousy reveals insecurity or a neglected desire. Understanding allows you to act wisely. You can say, "Anger is present, and I need to avoid hurting someone." The anger does not make you cruel. Your response determines what happens next. Feelings arise. Character is shaped by how you meet them. This understanding gives you responsibility without shame. You are not responsible for every thought that appears, but you are responsible for whether you continue feeding it, speaking through it, or acting from it. You may not stop self-hatred from appearing immediately, but you can recognize it and refuse to let it become your identity. You can say, "My mind is attacking me because I am overwhelmed, but I do not need to accept the attack." This is awareness. The voice may continue for a while. You do not need to defeat it through another fight. Let it speak while you choose not to obey. A thought loses power when it is seen as a thought rather than a final truth. It may return many times. Keep recognizing it. The practice is not failing because repetition is necessary. Repetition is how the new relationship becomes stronger. Each time you say, "This is a bad day, not a bad life," you create a small path away from hopelessness. Each time you say, "I made a mistake, but I am not the mistake," you protect your dignity. Each time you say, "I feel weak, but I am not permanently weak," you leave room for strength to return. These sentences are simple, but they interrupt harmful identities. Use them when the mind becomes extreme. A bad day often speaks in permanent language: always, never, everyone, no one, everything, and nothing. Notice these words. You may think you always fail, but is that completely true? You may believe no one cares, but are there people you are ignoring because the person you wanted did not respond? The mind uses extreme language because emotion wants certainty. Return to more accurate words. Sometimes, today, right now, in this situation. Say, "I am struggling today." This leaves tomorrow open. Say, "This person did not choose me." This does not mean no one ever will. Say, "This plan did not work." This does not mean nothing can work. Accuracy reduces suffering. It does not create false positivity. It simply prevents one event from becoming larger than reality. Buddhism asks you to see clearly, and clear seeing includes limits. The day may be bad, but it is one day. The mistake may matter, but it is one action. Your life contains more. Let yourself remember the full picture when your emotional state shows only the darkest section. Remember the people you have helped, the courage you have shown, and the times you made a wiser choice. Remember that you have changed before. Do not use these memories to pretend you are perfect. Use them to correct the false belief that your worst moment is the only true version of you. You are not only your pain. You are the awareness capable of noticing pain. You are the capacity to learn from it. You are the ability to choose again. This deeper understanding does not depend on whether today feels good. When the emotion passes, you may be grateful that you did not build a permanent identity around it. You may realize that you were exhausted, grieving, afraid, or simply overwhelmed. The cruel labels will appear unnecessary. Try to offer yourself that future understanding now. Imagine how you may see the day 1 week from now. perhaps you will recognize that it was heavy but temporary. Perhaps the problem will have changed, or your response will feel clearer. Do not allow today's pain to speak with the authority of your entire future. It does not know everything that is coming. The mind cannot see the support, opportunities, insights, and emotional changes that may appear later. Its vision is limited. Respect the feeling, but do not give it complete authority. You can say, "I hear that I feel hopeless, but I will not define myself from inside hopelessness." This is compassion and wisdom working together. You are allowed to wait before deciding what the day means. Maybe it means you need rest. Maybe it reveals a pattern that should change. Maybe it means nothing larger than the fact that being human is difficult sometimes. Not every bad day requires a life lesson. Some should simply be allowed to end. Do not pressure yourself to transform pain into immediate wisdom. Sometimes wisdom appears later. For now, your task may be to avoid adding hatred. Let the day pass through you without becoming you. When night comes, release the need to judge your whole life. You may review what needs attention, but do not create a final conclusion. Say, "Today was difficult. I will care for myself and look again tomorrow." This is enough. You do not need to feel completely hopeful. You only need to leave room for another perspective. Hope can be quiet. It may simply be the decision not to believe the worst thought. It may be going to sleep without solving everything, trusting that rest can change the way the problem appears. This quiet hope protects your identity from the temporary storm. The next morning may not become perfect, but you may have greater space. You may realize that your worth remained untouched by the day's difficulty. Your mood changed, your energy dropped, and your thoughts became darker, but the deepest part of you did not disappear. It was waiting beneath the noise. Return to it slowly. You are not the storm. You are the sky in which the storm appears. You are not the wave. You are the awareness that can watch it rise and fall. You are not the bad day. You are the person living through it, learning how to remain present without becoming cruel. Let this understanding guide you. Do not call yourself weak because you needed rest. Do not call yourself hopeless because you could not see the future. Do not call yourself broken because an old wound became painful again. Describe the experience honestly and leave your identity free. Say, "I am tired," rest. Say, "I am hurting," offer care. Say, "I am confused," wait for clarity. Say, "I made a mistake," repair what you can. These responses lead toward healing because they address reality without attacking your worth. Your life will contain many changing days. Some will make you feel capable, loved, and clear. Others will make you question yourself. Do not build your identity from either extreme. Remain humble on the good days and compassionate on the difficult ones. Know that both will pass. Your value does not rise with your mood and fall with your energy. It is not decided by productivity, praise, rejection, or one painful mistake. You remain a human being worthy of awareness, responsibility, kindness, and another chance. Let the bad day be a bad day. Do not make it a name, a personality, a future, or a final judgment. Allow it to finish without carrying every cruel conclusion forward. Tomorrow, begin again as someone who understands that temporary pain does not have the right to define an entire life. There will always be days when you do not feel like the strongest version of yourself. Some mornings you will wake up with energy, confidence, and a clear sense of direction. On other mornings, even simple things will feel heavy. Your mind may become tired, your motivation may disappear, and emotions you thought you had already overcome may return. This does not mean you are failing. It means you are human, and human life does not move in one perfect direction every day. Buddhism teaches that suffering becomes deeper when you resist what is already present. A difficult feeling arrives, and instead of allowing it to pass, you begin fighting with yourself. You become sad, then criticize yourself for feeling sad. You become tired, then shame yourself for needing rest. You feel afraid, then judge yourself for not being courageous enough. The first feeling may be painful, but the second layer of self-hatred makes it much heavier. This is why your relationship with yourself matters so deeply. You cannot control every disappointment, loss, rejection, or difficult season that enters your life, but you can choose whether you become another source of pain during those moments. You can choose to speak to yourself with patience instead of cruelty. You can acknowledge that the day is difficult without deciding that your whole life is hopeless. A bad day does not erase your progress. It does not remove the lessons you have learned, the strength you have built, or the painful experiences you have already survived. You may not feel your progress during an emotional moment, but that does not mean it has disappeared. The sky remains above the clouds even when you cannot see it, and your strength can remain within you even when you cannot fully access it. Do not measure your worth by how productive, calm, or motivated you feel today. You are not valuable only when you are achieving something. You do not need to complete every task, solve every problem, or remain emotionally available to everyone before you are allowed to respect yourself. Your life has meaning even when you are resting, recovering, learning, or simply trying to make it through a difficult day without giving up. There may be times when your body asks you to slow down because your mind has ignored too much for too long. You may have carried responsibilities, hidden pain, pleased people, and continued working while pretending that nothing affected you. Eventually, the body speaks through exhaustion, irritation, sadness, or emotional numbness. Do not immediately call this weakness. Listen carefully. You may not need more pressure. You may need balance, honesty, sleep, silence, support, or distance from something that repeatedly drains you. Strength is not the absence of emotion. Strength is the ability to remain present without allowing emotion to destroy your relationship with yourself. You can cry and still be strong. You can feel afraid and still make a wise decision. You can feel tired and still remain committed to your future. You can ask for help without becoming weak. Sometimes strength is visible through action, but at other times it appears through patience, restraint, self-awareness, and the courage to admit that something has become too heavy. Do not compare your private struggle to another person's public strength. You do not know what they carry when no one is watching. You see their success, but not every failure, doubt, sacrifice, or lonely night behind it. Their progress does not prove your failure, and their speed does not make your slower journey meaningless. You may be growing in ways that cannot yet be seen. Some of the deepest healing happens quietly, beneath the surface, where no one can praise it. Your path is allowed to have pauses. A pause does not mean the journey has ended. Rest does not mean you have lost discipline. A setback does not mean you are back at the beginning. Healing often moves in waves, and old feelings may return even after you have made great progress. The difference is that you are no longer meeting them as the same person. You now carry greater awareness, stronger boundaries, and more understanding than before. When an old pattern returns, do not immediately hate yourself. Notice what caused it. Perhaps you were exhausted, lonely, stressed, or emotionally triggered. Awareness allows you to understand the pattern and choose again. Shame only convinces you that change is impossible. One wrong step does not require you to abandon the whole path. The moment you notice that you have moved away from your values, you can gently return. Beginning again is not proof that you failed. Beginning again is the practice. In meditation, the mind wanders, and you return to the breath. In life, the mind wanders into fear, comparison, anger, and self-hatred, and you return to awareness. The wandering is not the end. The return is what slowly creates freedom. There may also be moments when a bad day makes you want to make a permanent decision. You may feel like giving up on a goal, returning to someone who hurt you, ending something meaningful, or saying words you cannot easily take back. In those moments, Remember that temporary emotions can create powerful but incomplete conclusions. You are allowed to wait. You are allowed to say, "I will not decide this today." Let the emotional storm pass before choosing the next direction. Anger may contain information, but it does not always give wise instructions. Loneliness may reveal a need for connection, but it does not mean you should return to someone unsafe. Exhaustion may show that your routine needs to change, but it does not always mean your entire dream should be abandoned. Listen to the message, but do not blindly obey the emotion. A difficult feeling is something you are experiencing. It is not your identity. You may feel weak today, but that does not make you a weak person. You may feel lost, but that does not mean there is no path. You may make a mistake, but you do not become the mistake. Use language that describes the moment without imprisoning your future. Say, "I am struggling today," rather than, "I always fail." Say, "I feel lonely," rather than, "No one will ever love me." Say, "This plan did not work," rather than, "Nothing will ever work." Clear language creates space for change, while extreme language turns temporary pain into a permanent story. The mind often speaks in words such as always, never, everyone, and no one when you are overwhelmed. Notice these words and return to what is actually true. Today is difficult, but today is not forever. One person rejected you, but one person cannot decide your worth. One mistake affected the moment, but it does not erase every wise choice you have made. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to someone you deeply love. If someone you cared about was tired, disappointed, or ashamed, you would not destroy them with harsh words. You would remind them that they are human and that one painful day does not decide their future. Offer yourself the same understanding. Compassion does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means correcting yourself without humiliating yourself. It means facing the truth while still believing that change is possible. You can say, "I handled this badly, and I need to repair it," without saying, "I am a terrible person." One response creates growth, while the other creates hopelessness. You do not need to hate yourself into becoming better. Fear may create temporary discipline, but it rarely creates lasting peace. A life built on self-punishment becomes exhausting because no achievement ever feels sufficient. Even when you succeed, the inner critic immediately asks what you will prove next. Let your motivation come from respect rather than fear. Work because your goals matter, not because you believe failure removes your worth. Rest because recovery supports your future, not because you have finally earned the right to stop. Healthy discipline and self-compassion can exist together. Some days, compassion will tell you to rest. On other days, it will tell you to take one small step, even when you do not feel motivated. Wisdom is learning the difference between true exhaustion and avoidance, between necessary rest and fear of discomfort. You will not always know immediately, but you can pause and ask what choice will reduce suffering in the long term. The middle way does not ask you to force yourself until you break, and it does not ask you to abandon every responsibility when life feels difficult. It teaches balance. Do what you can with the strength available today, then release what can wait. One small task completed with awareness can be more meaningful than 10 tasks completed through self-hatred. You do not need to rescue your entire life in one day. You may only need to protect the next hour. Drink water, eat, breathe, step outside, turn away from comparison, or speak to someone safe. Small actions can interrupt the cycle of hopelessness. Do not underestimate the power of one kind decision. One compassionate thought may prevent hours of self-criticism. One boundary may protect years of peace. One decision not to contact the wrong person may prevent another long cycle of pain. A seed is small, but it can contain the beginning of an entire tree. Your quiet choices matter, even when no one sees them. Choosing not to react in anger is progress. Resting before exhaustion becomes collapse is progress. Refusing to beg for attention is progress. Allowing yourself to cry without shame is progress. These victories may not look impressive, but they change the direction of your life. There will be people who do not understand your bad days. They may expect you to remain strong, helpful, productive, and available all the time. Their expectations do not remove your limits. You are allowed to communicate honestly, reduce what you give, and protect your energy. The people who genuinely respect you may not understand every emotion, but they will not demand that you destroy yourself to keep them comfortable. A healthy relationship creates room for both strength and vulnerability. You must also create that room within yourself. Do not respect only the version of you who succeeds. Respect the version who needs rest, who feels uncertain, who cries, who asks for help, and who continues quietly. This person is not less valuable. This person is often building the deepest kind of strength. A bad day can be a teacher, but not every bad day needs a profound meaning. Sometimes you are simply tired. Sometimes the mood has no clear explanation. You do not need to analyze yourself endlessly. You can simply say, "I am not feeling like myself today, so I will move gently." Let that be enough. You do not need a perfect explanation before offering yourself kindness. As the day ends, do not only count what you failed to accomplish. Notice what you carried. Notice the thoughts you survived, the emotions you managed, and the moments when you prevented pain from becoming cruelty. Perhaps you did not complete everything, but you did not abandon yourself. That matters. Before you sleep, release the need to judge your entire life. You can acknowledge what needs attention tomorrow, but do not create a final conclusion tonight. Tell yourself, "Today was difficult, but it does not define me. I will look again when my mind is calmer." Hope does not always feel like confidence. Sometimes hope is simply refusing to believe the worst thought. Sometimes it is leaving the door open for another possibility. You may not feel certain that life will improve, but you can remember that your present emotion cannot see everything that may come next. There were previous days when you believed you would never feel better, yet something changed. The situation changed, your mind became clearer, someone offered support, or you discovered a strength you did not know you had. Let your past recovery become evidence against present hopelessness. You have already survived moments you once believed would destroy you. You may not have survived them perfectly, but you continued. You learned, changed, and began again. The person listening now is not the same person who entered those earlier storms. Remember this when your mind tells you that you have made no progress. You are still healing when old pain returns. You are still growing when your energy is low. You are still worthy when you produce nothing for other people. Your value remains through every changing condition. One day, you will look back at this season and understand that your bad days were not proof that you were weak. They were moments that taught you how to stay beside yourself. They showed you that strength is not always the ability to keep moving. Sometimes strength is the ability to stop, breathe, listen, and refuse to become cruel. The goal is not to eliminate every difficult day. That is impossible. Life will continue changing. There will be losses, disappointments, uncertainty, and moments when you do not recognize yourself. The goal is to stop turning those moments into self-hatred. It is to feel pain without becoming your own enemy. It is to allow sadness, fear, and exhaustion to move through you without giving them the authority to define your identity or future. When tomorrow arrives, do not demand that you wake up as a completely new person. Begin with what is available. One breath, one honest choice, one small act of care, and one reminder that you are allowed to move slowly. Begin again without punishment. Begin again without carrying every mistake as proof against yourself. Begin again because life is still giving you another moment to practice awareness. You are not required to feel strong every day. You are required only to stop using your difficult days as reasons to hate the person trying to survive them. Let the bad day be temporary. Let the emotion rise and fall. Let yourself rest without believing the journey has ended. You are not your weakest moment. You are the awareness that can learn from it. You are not the storm. You are the sky that remains while the storm passes. You are still here, still breathing, still capable of beginning again. That is enough for today.